for getting started, and so much more. As long as you qualify as a new customer and haven't shopped with us before, then your free gift will automatically be added to your order when you make your first purchase with us. It's really that simple. Gemstone strands are selected at random, so gemstone size, shape and colour will vary for each new customer. Why stop there? Once you receive your new free gift, we'd love to see what you create. Share your designs with us via our Facebook page and join our creative community of jewellery makers. Start your jewellery making journey with us today. Create, wear, share.
At Jewellery Maker, we are always looking at ways to provide you with a fantastic shopping experience. With this in mind, we'd like to welcome you to our new pre-order option. Selected items throughout the day will be put on display and made available for pre-order. When the presenter informs you that the pre-order service is available on an item, this is your chance to pop it into your online basket or speak to one of our brilliant call centre team members and be one of the first to secure your purchase.
Don't want to miss a Jewellery Maker show? Then download our app for Android and Apple devices by searching Jewellery Maker in your relevant app store. Stay with Jewellery Maker wherever you go. Don't miss out on our amazing deals, inspiration, demonstrations and of course all the fun. Create, wear, share on the go with Jewellery Maker. You can watch our Jewellery Maker show every day on our website by clicking the Watch and Buy Online link in the top right hand corner of our homepage. The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker Studio, Ivy House, Henley Road, Studley, B80 7DU, and make sure you don't forget your customer number. Get making and good luck. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. Here at Jewellery Maker, we're always making improvements to give you a better shopping experience. We've recently upgraded our website to make it more user-friendly and easier to navigate around. We now have the guest checkout function, which allows customers to check out quickly without creating an account. Our homepage now informs you with what's currently live on the show, recently aired items, and today's deal of the day. We've improved our website navigation and added new categories to help customers quickly find the products they want. Our online range is growing fast with over 7,000 products available for you to purchase. And don't miss out on hundreds of brand new clearance lines with more added every week. Happy shopping with Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Are you new to Jewellery Maker? Shop with us for the first time and you'll receive a free gift. The free gift includes 2 beautiful gemstone strands in an organza bag, plus a DVD ideal for jewellery making newbies, featuring tutorials essential for getting started and so much more. As long as you qualify as a new customer and haven't shopped with us before, then your free gift will automatically be added to your order when you make your first purchase with us. It's really that simple. Gemstone strands are selected at random, so gemstone size, shape and colour will vary for each new customer. Why stop there? Once you receive your new free gift, we'd love to see what you create. Share your designs with us via our Facebook page and join our creative community of jewellery makers. Start your jewellery making journey with us today. Create, wear, share.
Did you know that when you book a Jewellery Maker workshop, you're given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
Owning a a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates through items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Welcome, one and all, to Jewellery Maker. What a day, what a day, what a day, what a mighty good day.
Indeed.
We have got so much coming up for you today. I'm going to start off the show completely randomly, and there is a reason for this. I'm going to start off by introducing the team. Oh yeah, I am. Hi, nice to see you. My name is Becky, and I am part of the Beehive, because we here on this mid-show are all bees. Yep, I'm Becky. Hi, how are you? I've got Queen Bee we're going to say hello to now. Hello, Queen Bee. Hello. Queen Bee's there. Worker Bee. Worker Bee Bruce.
He's working.
Worker Bee Bruce, say hello. Hello. And the Employee of the Month, Alan. It's his day off.
It's not an A, it's not a B, it's an A.
No, it's not. He gets an A star.
He does
It's
indeed.
his day off. And he's come in to help us because we want to be able to show you how to use this amazing bit of kit.
Yeah.
I've also got the wonderful Adam in with us today. Say hi, Adam.
Hi, Adam.
Nice. And of course we've got our wonderful guest designer. It is the one that only, we're working her hard today, Hayley Kruger. Welcome to the show,
Thank
lovely
you very
lady.
much. Thank you.
Goodness, we've got a lot going on.
Well, we were going through all the stuff that's on the show before the show.
Yeah.
And Becky kept on saying, so what are we doing here and there? And I was like, I was dazzled, quite frankly, because she had to write a list for me.
Yeah.
Because I was getting a bit, there's so much.
I have all of my sheet of products, so I have like 2 of these sheets for every hour.
Tools.
Then I always have my start buy sheet, but I've always also had to do a demo list.
An extra one.
We have got demo, just so many demos, so much info.
Yeah.
There is a lot of creativity on today, and I absolutely kid you not. I have got some launches, including this incredible bit of kit beside me. We are going to be doing demos in every single hour, and some of these demos will be demos you've not seen before. You might think, okay, well, I kind of know how to use a Dremel, so, you know, is this going to be useful for me? It most certainly is, because the demos we're going to be doing may well be demos you've never seen before. Yeah. And it's not just about the Dremel tool either. We have also got, backed by popular demand, the soldering starter kit. This is everything you need to get into soldering. But as well as that, we're also going to be doing in the 4 o'clock hour, focus on sterling silver soldering, okay? So we're going to be doing soldering, we're going to be talking copper, we're going to be talking drilling, we're going to be talking metal, we're going to be talking polishing, we're going to be talking burnishing, we're going to be talking sterling silver, making pieces.
Yeah.
It is technique heavy today. And genuinely, I honestly don't think I have ever seen a guest designer do as many things as we're asking you to do today in a show.
Yeah, I am a bit nervous.
Just
because there is a lot to do, and I think we're going to smash it. I know we are, but
yeah, we're going to get through it all. For sure.
It might not be as polished, but I'm definitely going to throw as much information as I can at you, and that's really the crux of today, is giving you hints and tips on how to use all of these tools and this equipment, because there's a lot of it. It's overwhelming, scary. So we're going to bust some myths about some of those.
Definitely.
Things,
And you know full well that the wonderful Hayley, not only is she a great jewellery maker, you know, here at Jewellery Maker, she runs her own workshops. You've worked not only your own workshops, but you've worked with bigger organisations running workshops as well. So genuinely, you are in the safest of safe hands today. You are going to learn so much. We have talked about the workstation at 2 o'clock. That is on its way. We have also got for you things you've not seen before that you are just going to love. Tools, add-ons, solders. I've got, for the first time ever, this glue gun coming up for you in about 25 minutes. You're going to absolutely love it. Loads to come. Sticky bead mats, beading things as well. I've got those gloves are back by popular demand as well. I've got oodles. But you know what? Let's start with just normal everyday tools, because let's face it, we're going to be stepping you up a gear in your creativity. But for those who are brand new, you're going to need your essentials, right? We're going to start off with your chain nose pliers, then we're going to do your round nose pliers. Trust me, if you are brand spanking new, whether you're interested in getting into soldering, which we will do today, copper sheet, which we will do today, using your Dremel, which we will do today, drilling, which we will do today, soldering jump rings, which we will do today, you are going to need these tools. Even if you're just planning on beading. And I have got a beading book coming up for you today that I've never even seen us do before, which is great for beginners. We'll do that for you in a little bit, but trust me, you're going to need these. I promise. Chain nose pliers, you need them to be able to put clasps on things, put chains on things, you know, put loops on things. We're bringing them to you today. They're only £3.95. They are a must for your collection. And I would also say to you too that things like this very much cross the board with mediums, don't they?
Oh yeah, from beading to silversmithing to silver jewellery making to copper work, they are an essential type of plier. I have probably got about three, I was going to say about 3 or 4, but then I realised I've got a whole workshop full of the same type of plier. Basically, they're flat on the inside and pointy on the tips, and that's why they're called the chain nose, so that you can get into delicate areas. And if you're new to jewellery making, you'll learn eventually that your flat pliers like this become an extension to your hand. You cannot work without them. Fingers are clumsy, these help us with that.
Absolutely and completely. Nice and smooth, they get to the point, they have that bit of resist on them, so it makes your life much easier. £3.95 for those. These will work in tandem with your round nose pliers, they are on their way. Hayley, you're fabulous.
Oh, thank you, Sue.
Today will be no problem for you.
Thank you. Thank you for the reassurance.
I can't wait for all of your demos. I absolutely concur with you there, Sue. Genuinely, I've never seen us pile so much onto a guest designer ever, and I've obviously worked here for many, many years. But it's just so worth giving you all of the information. And honestly, even if you've been soldering or Dremeling for, you know, the last 6 months to a year, or we may well be actually bringing questions for you and getting rid of some misconceptions, let's say, on the way.
Yeah, or fears.
Yes, totally.
Yeah.
Round nose pliers I've got for you now. Again, an absolute must.
Yeah.
These are going to be creating your loops amongst other things in your designs. Like I say, I've got that beginner's jewellery book, that jewellery making book that I've not seen before, coming up for you in a bit. These are all explained in there. They're also explained in your beginner's DVD. So if you've never made jewellery with us before, you will get a free DVD with your first order, and these will be not only discussed on how to use them, but also you're shown how to use them. They're only £3.95 again for you. I'm going to bring you a mandrel now, okay? And we're going to bring one that I know you absolutely love. Yes, please. We're going to bring you the round metal mandrel. Do you mind handing me the oval one in a minute, Ad, as well? Thank you. So,
thank you.
Tell us a little bit about this bit of kit, because I know it is mega useful.
Yeah, well, you know, again, this can go across mediums, but it's, as the name describes, a bangle mandrel. So a mandrel is a former, something that you can form your bangle around, or you get different shapes, and you've got your round and your oval, because you might want to have a round bangle or an oval cuff, depending on the style that you're designing. And to be honest, they are really, they're solid, well, they've got a hollow inside them, but they're steel, they're very heavy.
They are
actually,
very
when I picked
heavy.
them, I was like, oh, you can do some weightlifting with them, but you can actually hammer onto them as well.
Yeah.
So you can use the resistance of that hardened steel to get texture onto your bangle. You can actually use it to form the shape, but it's not just for bangles. You can use it just to get a curved shape on your copper sheet, for example.
Which I've got later.
And then you can use that curved shape in designs in other ways. So, yeah.
This is a very, very useful bit of kit. You can hammer onto it, as we've said. For you today, your price point is just $19.95.
Yeah.
And this is a bit of kit. What I love about kits like this is, you know, you don't need, there's nothing that can fall off it, there's nothing that you can lose.
No.
You know, it is what it is.
You're not going to lose any attachments.
No, it's something that you have got. Once you buy it, you've got it for good then.
Yeah.
We talk about this one being great for the sort of bracelets or bangles that kind of are the perfectly circular one that you can make the different sizes. They're handy for that, aren't
exactly. You can, because a bangle is essentially, technically a closed bangle.
Bangle, yeah.
Whereas a cuff is an open shape, and not always. There's no strict rules, but generally the bangle tends to be round and the cuff tends to be oval, but that varies. But also we have different shaped bodies, don't we? And also, you know, you can. It just depends on the style and the design that you're going to use. I have both in my studio, and I use both.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you have an open back cuff, then I think the oval is really useful because it allows you more. If you're unsure of the size of the customer's wrist, then it gives you more freedom for squeezing a bangle or cuff closed.
So let me just show you from the side the difference in these. I will just say sizes go from, at the top it's around about 5 inches all the way down to the bottom, which is closer to a 9.5 from memory, which is great because you can actually do anklets with this as well as bangles, etc. So can you see the difference in shape there? Yeah, so you've got, this one is your oval one and this one is your round one. We have only got 30 of the oval one available. As we say, they do different jobs. They're very, very sturdy, as you can hear.
Yeah.
And they are a great addition to your collection. The oval one now for you. And again, a great price. We've only got 30, as I've said, £19.95 today. So a really useful bit of kit for you to have, especially actually if you're into, for example, I know one of the demos we're doing in the 4 o'clock is the sterling silver soldering demo.
Yeah.
You're obviously going to show us how to attach sterling silver pieces together without giving too much away. You could use a bangle former to maybe help you create that shape, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Much like a ring mandrel, you would use a ring mandrel to create the ring shape. You can use a bangle mandrel, whatever shape you choose, to do a cuff. You could actually use it for a collar as well.
Lovely.
Because you could wrap it round then, and because metal has a bit of a spring in it, you could allow it, use the broadest part of it, and then just tease it open a bit, and that will give you more of a perfect shape rather than doing it by hand if you don't have a big collar.
That's fantastic. That's a good bit of a tip, that. Well done, everyone. $19.95 or across the board on each of them. So yeah, maybe you want to just buy one to start off with. Just think to yourself, what kind of design do you rather like? Do you like wearing more? Do you prefer the circular ones that are sort of continual, there is almost no beginning, no end? Or do you prefer having an open back that maybe you can add a clasp onto if you want or not? Well done, everyone. I have got so many tools coming up for you, and I will just say it's not just about metal work today, and this next item proves that. I am bringing to you, my notes have gone on the floor, sorry, there's so much around.
It's busy.
I'm going to bring to you the sticky bead mat now. If you work with genuine gemstones or seed beads, you will know there is always that moment whereby you're about to strand one on and the skitter happens. One gets a mind of its own, skitters into another, and then all of a sudden it's like something from Indiana Jones. You know, with the boulders are just rolling everywhere. It's a bit like that, but with beads. This helps you curb all of that. It is a very, very useful bit of kit. It essentially, as a bit of kit, means that you can lay out your designs on one side, use it flat on the other, and it has a capture to it. So let me take this out so I can show you properly. So, if I just take this out, I'll try not to break that seal. There you go. So, if you slide this out, it will come with a protective covering, which is just to stop it sticking to everything. And you can see on this side here, it's got your actual beading board almost.
You want to touch it.
I know, right? You've got the beading board side here, where you can lay out your designs. And then on this side, you've got your, there you go, you've got sort of more of your measuring side, if you will. So very, very, very useful pairing.
With the dots, you can plan out, if you're very precise about the way you work, you can really plan out and line up designs. That's brilliant.
What you're doing where.
Yeah.
So let me just, as an example, let me just use the back of this box, although it's not maybe that helpful. If I pop this on here for you and I tilt this up, you can see at a low angle that's going to fall away. However, with the same piece, with your sticky bead mat, you have got, I'm up to 90 degrees now.
Brilliant.
I was nowhere near that before.
No.
Obviously that's with the finding. I've just gone over 90 degrees there, you can see, for it to fall off. But that is great with your tiny little seed beads, with your gemstones and so much more. This is just £12.95, and the lovely thing about it too is with it, if you're anything like me, I live in a house with a dog and a cat. Dog hairs, cat hairs everywhere, you know what it's like. The lovely thing with this is it doesn't leave any residue on your hand whatsoever. It's absolutely not a sort of sticky adhesive that gets everywhere. But also, if dog hair, cat hair, etc. does land on it, literally run it under a tap, little bit of, you know, not even elbow grease really, run it under the tap, have a little bit of soap of some sort to clean it off, and it is re-sticky again. So it is a really wonderful bit of kit to have, double-sided, and it's just £12.95, and you can see very useful indeed. Okay, we have got loads more to bring you, and one thing is for now a launch. Well done everyone with that. The launch I'm about to bring to you is for any of us crafters who love a bit of mixed media. For me, I always think you can spot a paper crafter or a mixed medium crafter because they almost look like they're in sort of MI5 because very few of us have fingerprints because of bits of toolkits like this. If you are anything like me and you live by the wonder of your glue gun, whether that's crafting for your card making, whether that's crafting for your upcycling, whether that's crafting for your canvas work, building up texture in the likes of your art as well, you will know how important a really good glue gun is. But also, if you are like me, you will know that catching yourself, especially when those little strings of glue come out and you try and get rid of them with your hand, and then all of a sudden, oh, you've caught yourself, and this gets rid of that entirely, because this is not your everyday glue gun. This is your Dremel glue gun. It was Albert J. Dremel who began this brand, and these brands of tools have built their name for a long, long, long time. The base of Dremel is not too far down the road really here in the UK, and the likes of the lovely Hayley who has visited that location, you really get a sense of the Dremel ethos there, don't you? Yeah,
they're very passionate about it. It's because it's owned by Bosch, and they took over Dremel, and it's been a runaway success for them for obvious reasons, because it's just such a versatile tool or a bunch of equipment. And now you can feel the gentleman, and I'm sorry I've forgotten his name, but who actually guided us through the Dremel experience. As you said, he was so passionate. He was he really believed in it, and it's used in so many different types of industry. So from jewelry making to crafting to glass engraving. There was even a guy who he showed us who does engraving on a motorcycle, on a Harley Davidson.
Oh, that's cool.
And so that just shows you what people trust the Dremel brand to engrave on a Harley Davidson. So the Dremel glue gun is going to be pretty snazzy as a glue gun goes.
And it most certainly absolutely is. What I love about this bit of kit is the fact that it has no strings about it at all. Sorry, I did open this before. Did I open it the other side? Maybe, yeah, thank you. There are no tails, there are no strings, because Dremel have done what 99% of the glue guns I've ever used out there haven't learned to do, which is get rid of those tails that get in the way and can sometimes ruin your designs. Also, what they've managed to do with this, as you can see, is make a really, really robust piece of high temperature equipment. It's partly due to that 165-degree heat that means those tails are something of history. What you can see here too is that they've really thought about the actual overall detail of this. You've got that huge flat base there, which is great for your safety, but also it's been ergonomically designed so that you can use this time and time and time again. What you're going to be getting with this is you are going to get some glue sticks with it. Let me show you those. You'll get 3 glue sticks with it that are wonderful high temperature glue sticks, and you get a very, very comprehensive booklet that does give you hints and tips of how to look after it, how to keep it safe. It gives you sort of the ins and outs of the actual makeup of this as well. This is something which we will use in our jewellery making, whether that's gluing on a cabochon, whether that's putting felt onto a design, because one of the best things about glue gun glue is its flex. You may or may not know that I have a crafting business. I don't make and sell jewellery, but I upcycle things, and I'll decorate shoes and I sell them, and I sell them in boutiques. I used to sell them online, sell them more in boutiques now, local to me. When I first started, would use a lot of those hard set glues because I thought, well, it's super strong, so that's going to be better. Actually though, after a couple of wears, those things will ping off because of the inherent nature of the glue. This glue has a flex to it even once dried. So you can use this on fabrics, you can use this on paper, you can use this on pieces of jewellery, such as bangles and cuffs that might well get a lot of movement about them, and you know it is going to last. This is brand spanking new to us by itself here at Jewellery Maker, and as I've said to you before, I have the Dremel glue gun myself because I was going to a well-known crafting store, and the amount I use mine, and I use mine a lot, the amount I used mine, I was genuinely going through them about every 6 months. They were only, you know, sort of £10–15 each, but obviously you had to get all of the glue to add on to it, and when you're going through them that quickly, it just wasn't worth it. For me, using this tool as I do, the fact of its longevity, the fact of its well-known name, the fact that Dremel have a really good kind of policy within them, it made all of the difference. There is so much you can do with this. You're going to absolutely love it. And for me, and I've had mine now for a fair old amount of time, it's been behind me, what, a year and a half, maybe even 2 years now. For me, this is the kind of glue gun that I know in my mind, I'm probably not going to have to buy one again. I may well not. I'm going to bring it to you now. Brand new. Ooh. How much were you expecting? Because you've just heard it.
Yeah, I thought about 25, 26
And
pounds.
that is understandable because
Yeah.
Dremel glue guns and any Dremel tools, you expect to pay that premium. We are bringing it to you today. There's absolutely oodles and oodles and oodles of you in with this. And can I just as well point something out to you that is also absolutely incredible about this, that again, it's not just about your jewellery making, it is about all of those other mediums that you have or you've wanted to try out. I know it's a silly word, but can you see even on here, like they're kind of gluing down carpet and things like that. There's so much that you can do with this bit of equipment. And for me, what is the saying? It's something like, it's basically, the saying relates to if you buy something cheap, you have to buy it again.
Twice, yeah.
Yeah.
Buy cheap, buy twice.
Buy twice, that's the one, yeah. And although this is, actually, don't really like the word cheap, but it's very good value for money.
Yeah.
This genuinely is the Dremel name. Tell us, text in, what do you love about the Dremel name? What do you love about Dremel? What do you absolutely love and adore about the brand?
I've actually not used the Dremel one before, and funny enough, when we were talking through the tools earlier, you jumped on the chance to talk about this because you're so passionate about it.
Yeah, I love it.
But I have used glue guns before quite a lot, and you're right about gluing, like even furniture, because I've got a vintage Art Deco chair, but it's got some frilling around the, not frilling, some tasseling around the bottom, and it keeps on coming off. I really need to have it properly repaired.
Yeah.
But I've used my glue gun to glue that back on, and I used to do suede and feather head pieces, big pieces, and I used a glue gun for suede. And you're quite right; it works perfectly on
fabrics and things like that, which is such a useful bit of kit. I'm going to be straight with you. There is a 1 minute wait on the phone. Can I just say to you that this is a brilliant essential. It's a brilliant bit of kit. Depending on what you do, and you know me, I'm one of them crafters, which I'm sure a lot of us are, that if I don't need something, then I'll try and work around it. Think about what you're going to be using this for, and think about safety, and think about getting the heat-proof mat, which I'm going to bring to you by itself in a moment or two. I have also got more glue sticks on the way for you as well. I'm going to do the glue sticks now. You're getting 3 of these. That is dependent on, oh gosh, I'm trying to think in cabochons. This is completely and absolutely, let's say, quite easily you'd be able to get average size cabochons like this. Quite easily you'd be able to do about 6, I would say, per stick. Per stick,
yeah.
Yeah, 6 per stick. You've got 3
but
sticks.
I'm not sure if it's like other glue guns, but it's worth, if you're not using it, unplug it or switch it off, because otherwise the glue stick melts and you lose your glue. So switch it off in between.
Good tip. Good bit of a tip. Where are the actual glue sticks, Bab? I can't see them. There is so much in front of me now. Can I show you another thing that I've not shown you? They are. That's new. Top on the left. This is a new bit of kit that I haven't brought to you yet before as well. Oh yeah. They are on its way for you. I'll tell you later what it is.
It's a spinny thing.
Yeah.
Where do glue sticks go?
It's not these ones, it's the clear ones I need.
Oh, but they look fun.
Just this one by itself, is it? A 12 pack? Is it that one? I've hidden it. Now, let me bring to you the multicoloured glue sticks now.
Oh, wow.
This is such, I'll be totally honest with you. You know, sometimes when you're sort of getting into crafting, you're looking around and you're thinking, why on earth are people going to be using coloured glue? And you do, don't you? And you think, well, someone must be, because they've got a good old stack of them there, etc. This is almost a medium within itself.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
This is so cool. So, let me... Do you know what? Give me 2 seconds.
Can I tell you what I would use them for?
Yes, please do.
So, you know Sonic the Hedgehog?
Yeah, it's out the film soon, isn't it?
Yeah. So, immediately I'm visualising creating some sort of creature, but the hedgehog is the perfect one for it. And you know how you've got the spiky, or he's got big hair, doesn't he? So you can actually create that kind of effect, but using the glue gun, and then where you pull away quite quickly from taking the glue gun away from the project, you get a tail or a pointy section. So you could do lots of those little blobs all over whatever it is that you're making, but little hedgehog would be quite cute. And I'm wondering if that yellow is actually glow in the dark, because that would be pretty fun if you're going to some party or summer's coming up and festivals or kids' parties.
It is like a neon colour, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. But even the other colours that are really vibrant, you could do some really fun, funky, like bangles that have got little punk-style elements on them as well.
That's really clever idea, isn't it?
You used to get these in the 90s, actually. The 90s is back in now. So people used to sell earrings with those same little spiky things on. So you can do like a domed earring with maybe a base metal or what have you, or maybe the cups, the bezel cups that we have. And then into those you can do lots of little spiky coloured spikes.
I love that idea. I'm trying to find what I'm looking for, but
You found something else.
I found something else. But look, can you see this? Oh, sorry, I'll rewind it a tiny bit for you. But you can use like the different colours to fix different things. For example, if you're going to be, you know, repairing something, you can use the appropriate colour for it. I've just rewinded that, it's no use to you now. But also you actually will use this in crafting, in artwork, so you can write with it to make decorative things. Fun. You can attach things in together, as you can see there with sort of the posters. Yeah, you can use these to do like wax seals on cards and things. How cute would that be? If you made your own little stamp, remember you can make your own little stamps. You can use it to match colours of, say, flowers and things, because I do fabric flowers sometimes, and you will see clear through something of colour, but if you use the same colour then you're not going to see it as much. This is what I wanted to draw your attention to, and this is being used on the heat mat. So what she's doing there is she's drawing out, for example, heart-shaped designs, flower-shaped designs onto the heat mat. Once that dries, she then peels it off, and it's almost like a stained glass window effect. So you've got something there you can use as a wall hanging or a pendant maybe. This is a really cool, just fun thing to try out. They're only $4.95. As you can see, you are getting 12 of them there in that pack. So it's really very, very useful for you to be able to work with. And to kind of have fun with, as we're saying. So do feel free to give it a go if you got that glue gun. It's very handy indeed.
You could probably embed gems in there as well.
Sure, like Cerulean.
Yeah.
Of course.
You have to be very quick because it does solidify quite quickly, but glue gun, gem, done.
Yeah, especially if you use like a pokey tool or something like that to hold the top of the, even, you know, Swarovski crystal, you could pop in there if you wanted that resin-like look. And remember as well, with the likes of the these glue sticks, as you can see, there are some colours here that are more translucent, so they could almost give you like a resin-like effect.
Yeah.
Very useful indeed. Let me now bring to you the mat itself. Now this mat is really, really good for safety, obviously, especially for you protecting your surfaces of your work surface. As we mentioned before, if you're going to be leaving your glue gun on for a while, and I have to say, my Dremel is much, much better at this than other ones I've had, where I've literally gone away for, you know, someone's knocked at the door or whatever, and I've come back and there's just been a pool of glue everywhere. But this is much better than the ones I've had at doing that. But still, nonetheless, safety-wise, this gets to around about 165 degrees at the tip, which is why it's a high temperature one, which is why it does the job so much quicker for you, and it stops those tails, etc. This heat mat is great for your surfaces because this copes with temperatures up to 200 degrees. So you can actually, even if you wanted to, although I wouldn't suggest this, you know, use this for like low heats on your straighteners and things like that.
Yeah.
This is the good bit of kit, as you can see here, for using in that design. So if you imagined, because this is what the mat looks like, and it's got that wonderful fluidity to it, so you can put it on. If you wanted to, for example, get a curved surface in your glue gun design, you can place it over there, and you could create almost like a glue gun, you know, swirl or whatever with it. But the great thing with this is not only its fluidity in that instance, but also once you do your glue onto it, let's say I've made a B shape on there, once you let it dry, because of the material it is, it literally just slides off. It's almost like
sugar.
Yeah, it is. It really, truly is. It's a brilliant bit of kit. This is, you know, I mentioned to you before, it's one of those things about think what you want your glue gun for and think if this is going to be handy. If you are someone who is, like me, likely to be leaving this on a work surface and maybe, you know, not turning it off when you're going out to the door, or maybe you plan on using your clear glue or your coloured glue to create those wonderful shapes so you can peel off, then I would definitely say get the mat. If you just want to use this for your card making, or maybe you just want to use this for texture to paint over, then that isn't an essential. But the glue gun most certainly is, and the glue sticks are as well, and they are, this is a little added extra which would be very, very useful if you like the idea of creating some of those looks and some of those designs. So do feel free to treat yourself to them now. And again, just as little bits of inspiration, we just kind of zoom in on these. I know it goes a bit blurry, I do apologise, but this is the kind of designs you can do with the use of that heat mat. So can you see this lovely lady here is using that heat mat to kind of draw onto. and these are the sort of translucent heart shapes and things that she's created with this design. So it is a really, really useful bit of kit to use in many, many, many different ways and many different instances. And you know, look, there's Christmas decorations here. You can see here it's being used on fabric, that's being used on ribbon to create these kanzashi ribbons. And I'll be honest, I love when Kleshner does her kanzashi and she hand stitches them. I do cheat and use glue guns. I'll be honest with you. But yeah, look, for your Christmas decorations, this is it being used kind of to stamp, you know, your
you could
cards
use on one of our
closed.
letter punches and put a letter in your seal.
Great idea, yeah. This is kind of a nice way of upcycling things. Imagine doing that with like things you found on the beach, or you know, maybe you've got your saw and you want to saw through like a really nice piece of wood you see on a walk or something like that. But yeah, very useful indeed. $9.95. As I've said, today is demo heavy. We have just given you a lovely half an hour to sit back and relax. I hope you enjoyed that, because you have no more time for sitting back and relaxing. If you have just tuned in, we are incredibly demo heavy today. It's not all based around the Dremel. Some of it is to do with the brand new workstation. Some of it is to do with the soldering kit, which we talk about with copper. We've then got sterling silver soldering. We've then got things like seed beading tools. It's so much going on today. If you do have any questions, we want to hear from you, please. So do feel free to get in touch, JewelleryMaker.com, or text us. Before we say anything more, 2 o'clock is the time for this. I know a lot of people have been asking. Yes, we're going to be demoing. In fact, we're pretty much going to be demoing for the rest of the show. So sit back and relax. And for now, let's take our Dremel up a gear or two and head on into this wonderful Dremel tool.
Yes.
Now, this is a comprehensive Dremel tool created for us here at Jewellery Maker. And you can tell this has been created with crafters in mind, can't you?
Yeah, it's very cleverly put together. In fact, we know for sure that when this was put together, you can get certain elements in other kits elsewhere. But the elements that come in this as a comprehensive were put together specifically for Jewellery Maker, because all of the designers contributed what they thought would be useful and what they've used in the past themselves.
Yeah.
So this is entirely bespoke for us.
And what I will say to you is, if you already have the Dremel tool and you go, Bex, I love it, but I've already got it, do you have some of the individual elements and accessories that come with it that maybe need a bit of a top up? Maybe your rubber tips aren't quite what they once were because you've used it so much. Maybe the polishing tools aren't doing the job as they once did, again, because you've used them so much. I have got them by themselves today. They're coming up for you later. But for now, the Jewellery Dremel Toolkit is on our screen. Tell us, please, what you adore about this piece of kit.
I have 2 in my workshop. I use them both all the time. What I love about them is you do get big, high-end, fancy, what we call pendant motors, and they are what the professionals use. And these, Dremel has upped their game so much that these are almost the equivalent of the professional quality ones. Wow. They've increased the motor speed, which means that you have quite a large amount of revolutions per minute, 4,000 in this case. So it's the fastest one that they do. What you also have in this is that you have a Flexi-shaft. So that means that you've got your motor and you could actually work with the motor, and that's brilliant. You don't need anything else, but it's quite big and it can be quite cumbersome. So we can attach a Flexi-shaft to it, which means that that can be hung from a stand, and then the Flexi-shaft is a little bit more small in the hand, and then it's a little bit more manageable. And onto either one of these, you can put all your attachments. So, and in here, I actually don't know what the number of attachments are, but there's a lot. There's probably about 15, maybe even more attachments in here.
I did have the box, but I can't see it now. There's so much stuff around. I'll let you know that in a minute.
Yeah, so they are, and I don't even think we've got all of them in this kit here that I pulled. We've stolen it from somebody else's desk. So we've got loads and loads of attachments. We've got a brass brush. There's pretty much multiples of everything. So the brass brush is essentially a type of polishing.
and we will be demoing each of these next hour.
We've got some felt mops, also for polishing. We've got some felt discs for polishing. What we have here is some steel mops. And that is basically, whereas the brass brush is for polishing, the steel will give you texture. So steel is a hardened metal, so it'll actually create little scratches, but you intentionally, when you want to add scratches. And then we've got, so these are amongst my favourite attachments. These are some rubber burrs. So I'll just take one out of here. And so that is, it's also for polishing, but because of the shape of it, it's a flame shape, you can get into small little areas, and essentially what it is, it's a bit like sandpaper in rubber form, and it's got small amounts of grit in it, and then when you get closer in and you're polishing in corners, it basically does sanding and polishing for you.
Perfect.
So really,
Great
really useful. Yeah, great for metals. What else do we have? Let me just put my glasses on. We've got brass brush, but in a smaller version. So whereas these ones you've got a little radial disc, those ones you've got a little brush style one there. So it's just for getting into smaller places, and as I said before, with the brass brush it's for polishing. It's quite amazing, really. Oh, we've some boxes have arrived with more attachments in them. And then what we have now this is an easy click mop. So that's essentially got some chamois suede in there, and you add some compound onto that, and it's just soft as polishing mop. The speed click is a new attachment that Dremel have done, and it makes it easier to change your attachments. So absolutely brilliant. These are little round burrs. Now the reason why you might want a round burr is a couple of things. When you're creating some texture, but also if you're making indents to create pattern on your pieces, but also if you're going to be setting some stones. So these particular ones are just over 3 mil wide. So if you're setting any 3 mil stones, so if for those of you who were doing the stone setting Fleurs technique, the pebble, you can use those for that as well with 3 mil stones. And there's more. So
well, there are 45 accessories in this pack. Do you mind handing that to me, Tom? Go ahead. I'm just going to give a peek inside. A peek inside, because we're not going to go through all of these. We're going to see how we can turn it on and actually use it, and we're going to demo them later.
And there is one I'd like to.
You don't get it like this. It's just that this is our studio sample. But look at the amount of extras you get in there, and that is in top of the 45 you get in the original packs. This is the original pack, but these
took them out,
are all of our extras.
I'm looking for one in particular.
So there's absolutely oodles, and I will say that we're going to demo all these, we're going to chat about them all in a little bit, so don't go, oh my goodness, what is all of that? Because we will bring it to you, and I have even got some of these things separate coming up later for you. The chuck bit I'm going to bring to you later on by itself. You're going to get all of this, I'm going to pack it all back up, with the tool and the stand as
and
well.
And the Flexi-shaft.
And the Flexi-shaft.
And a little carry case as well.
Yeah, which is really professional. For just $179.95. Now, when we originally priced all of these up individually, you were looking at a bit of kit that wasn't a million miles off 400 quid's worth of stuff. So it really is a fantastic and affordable value for money element. And let me just show you two really quickly, just before Tom whips it off me, because there's so much lying around, I know. Have a little nosy. This is what you're going to be getting in the stand. That's where your Flexi-shaft is. You get that too. You can see sort of the usability of something like this. But also another thing I love about Dremel is it's just so easy. Even down to things like each one of these heads, for example, will have a colour coding on it. And that gives you an idea as to what they will be doing and what they'll be used for. It's a brilliant bit of kit. And it is just $179.95. I will be doing some of those heads separately. Tom, you're an angel.
Thank you,
I will be doing some of those heads separately in a bit, but for now, let's talk about about the actual tool itself just for the final 5 or 6 minutes now?
Yeah, so if you...
We will be doing demos with this later, as I say.
So basically, you can use it on its own, and it comes with a little collet on the front there, and this button here is essentially the click release to open up any of the attachments. This is your on-off button, and then on the side here we've got a dial for your speed. So you can use that at any speed. I tend to use most, now it goes from 5 up to 35, and I tend to hover around the 15 to 20 mark for speed.
But again, it depends what you're doing.
It depends what you're doing, and actually sometimes faster is actually better and more efficient, so don't be too afraid of that. But it just sounds a bit scary. It sounds like a dentist drill, but it's okay. No, that's what puts a lot of people off, is that sound. But what's also good is we've got this little wire section here, which is when we put the stand up, that you'll be able to hang that from the stand. And that's what makes it much like a professional jeweler's pendant motor, because they have them suspended up next to them. The Flexi-shaft comes down from the main tool, and then you can operate it. So this bulkiness is out of the way. So that's what is brilliant about this, because it becomes much like the true professional equipment.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And how much, you're talking about, obviously they'll vary in price, but what kind of prices are we talking here?
Several hundred. Yeah.
Several
So
hundred.
the cheapest is probably about £270.
Okay, and that can go...
And it goes up after that,
Wow. Okay, brilliant.
Yeah.
Good to know.
So, so that's why this is such an accessible tool as well. Would you like me to start to assemble things? Shall I?
Yeah, go ahead, because we've got another 5 minutes before break.
So what I want to show you how to do is really how to attach the Flexi-shaft, because it's a bit of a tricky thing, but once you've got it on and once you understand it, it's fine. And I might have to redo it, because I've done it sometimes and I haven't quite got it right. That's why I want to show you what to do.
Perfect.
So what you need in that whole set, that little carry case, you get a little box like this. This is the standard issue attachments that you get. Okay?
And then you get all
the other stuff.
Top.
So what you get in here as well is this. Well, actually, it comes with the Flexi-shaft. This is the key ingredient to make the Flexi-shaft work.
Perfect.
Where I've gone wrong in the past is I've attached the Flexi-shaft and it's spinning, but it's not actually working.
Thanks.
So it's actually, so if I show you the innard of the Flexi-shaft, let me bring that in. You see it's got this little tail there, which actually comes out. So it's a bit greasy, so it will be a dirty job, and I expect that I'm going to make a bit of a mess here.
It's all right.
It's all right. We like getting our hands dirty. So to attach it, what you do is there's this plastic tube here. Get rid of that by just unscrewing it off. You might need to actually get rid of the initial chuck there. So to get rid of any attachment to open and close, you unlock it by pushing down the lock key, and then you start to turn. There we go. And remove that. That's a standard collet. Now, we also have in here a multi-size chuck, which I'll talk about in a moment. It is revolutionary. So I'll pop that down to one side, then remove the plastic cap, and now you attach your Flexi-shaft attachment. I'm pushing down the lock key as well, because it likes to click in and out with, there you go. I don't know if you heard that click there. Okay, so now that's in position. So here, what we do is, this has got, you take that little tail, make sure that it feeds in. Now, it's a square shape, so you've got to align it with the shape. Feed it in. There we go. Yes, and then you bring this cap down and you screw in where you unscrewed the previous one, pushing it down. I've just got a bit of grease on my hands, so I'm just going to wipe that off and then tighten that up. Now, I will test it, but we haven't actually got this plugged in for safety reasons, so we will test it in a moment. But there you now have your Flexi-shaft in position. You can hang this out the way, and onto here is where we attach our multi-chuck.
Now we're going to bring you the multi-chuck by itself now, and you are obsessed with this, aren't you?
I love it. And tell you why, because for those of you who have had similar tools before, whether you've had a Dremel or another type of tool or even a pendant motor, the older style ones will have multiple sizes of the normal chuck. And the reason for that is all attachments, for some reason, have different size pins. So you have to change the chuck to put the different attachments in, and that can take hours just trying to find the right one.
Yeah,
and
what a pain.
It's a pain. So this is what we call a multi-chuck. So whereas on the main motor that was your lock key, on your Flexi-shaft this is your lock key here. And be careful, because it's easy to think that that's your on-off button. I've done it many times, but I've finally gotten that out of my mind that it's not. And if you push that in when it's going, it kind of jars inside it. But with this multi-chuck, what you have is you can open up the chuck and it will fit any size attachment. So I don't know if you can see, it's opening up wider and wider and wider. So you can put any size pin in there and then close it up. And it simply screws on. Really simple and easy.
Sorry to interrupt, I've now got less than 30 of those, so we'll bring your price in for that end chuck, which, as we've said, is going to be great if you've got other Dremel products, or great if you've got a couple of these maybe and you didn't get the full accessory pack. I've literally got, oh gosh, I've only got 15 left now, sorry.
What I forgot to mention is you have another little plastic cap on that, which you need to remove and then place back on, and then you can place your multi-chuck on.
Perfect.
And that's it, we're good to go. So when we get to doing demonstrations, we'll just hopefully plug her in and she'll be working, fingers crossed.
Ready. Perfect, yeah.
Okay.
We are going to be bringing to you some more of the individual heads by themselves in a little bit. Which is what we'll be looking into in the next hour. As we've said, we've got so much to bring you. It's not just about the Dremel today. This is what we're bringing you after the break. We are going to give you really in-depth instruction with this, but this is something that you need the Dremel to work with. So if anyone is new.
Yeah, a brief synopsis of that is, this is your motor, this is your tool, this is a stand. But what that does is it converts your handheld motor into an upright drill and into a polishing motor. So you can actually slide the Dremel into there and you can have it upright. So for those of you who have tried to drill and it feels scary when your hand's wobbling about, this will make life a lot easier, and you can actually adjust it and turn it on its side and make it a polishing motor as well.
So this is the motor where it's sort of polishing on the side.
Yeah.
Almost like a lathe in an unusual way. You know when you put attachments onto side lathes?
You can make it, you can do that. Yeah. So you can put attachments on that will create whatever tool you want it to be.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it is.
I'm going to be straight to you. I've not got hundreds and hundreds of these, so it is going to be probably an on and gone situation.
Yeah.
But I will let you know I'm going to do it straight after the break. I'm also going to be bringing this to you, which again we're going to talk to you about later. But if you want to quickly demo what you're about to do. Oh, which one do I want?
Don't we love that?
Isn't that cool? We're going to be bringing this to you in a little bit, and we will be showing you how to use it. Let me also let you know, because we've only got 2 minutes left. Do you want me to do anything in this hour, Poppet? B? She's thinking on it, but whilst you are thinking, B, whilst you are thinking on it, let me just let you know that we have got this kit backed by popular demand. I've got about 100 of them. Based on previous selling, we have a feeling it's going to be very, very popular indeed. So yeah, that is very much on its way. Also, I'll really quickly pop on the multi-tool. We've got a picture of it then, yeah. We'll quickly pop on the Dremel multi-tool for you as well, just whilst you're getting your head around Dremel and its name. We'll show you a picture of this because there's so much beside me and I don't think I can see it. But this is the actual tool itself, isn't it? So tell us about this tool.
So what this is, whereas this one that I've just spoken about is a plug-in, it's an electric one. So is that, but it's Portable. So you've got a charging point and you can plug it in, charge it up, and then you can go and do anything anywhere you want.
So great for maybe taking with you if you like to, you know, caravan holidays, crafting away.
Absolutely. There's not as much to it.
No.
It's lighter. It's also, I'm trying to see what we've got on there. So there's a little handle on there that you can actually hold it. I don't know, it's that middle long grey and black thing.
Yeah.
Basically, you can attach that to the front. And so if you find the motor itself a bit difficult to hold on to, that will help you to hold it a bit like a gun.
Yeah.
Sounds awful. But yeah, so it just makes it easier for some people, especially if you're doing some sort of maybe glass engraving where you don't want such a clumsy tool in your hand.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. So.
And we do have glass engravers coming up. Am I right in saying we've got single figures of this, did you just say? Single figures now available of that. I will just let you know that there are really comprehensive setup DVD type things, free tutorials online by the likes of Dremel about this, so have a little nosy at them. After the break, everything you'd hope to know about this and even more. Demos continue.
Now this coming Saturday, the 15th of February, please do join me on the morning show because we have got the fantastic Fleur Hastings. Now Fleur has been given an exceptional saw bundle deal. Now if you've never worked with a saw, this is the German saw. We've got all the replacement blades. So if you've run out of blades and you've got the saw, fantastic. Or if you need to start cutting into your copper sheets and so forth, we've got all that for you. Now previously we had a fantastic workers craft bench, a jewellery making wooden beautiful workbench that sold out like that. Now for those of you that possibly couldn't afford that workbench or need something a little bit smaller for the space that you've got, we have a brand new starters, crafters, jewellers, card making, whatever you want to call it, workbench for you this coming Saturday. Now we've got 50, so you're going to need to be quick if you fancy it. It is a beautiful piece of furniture. Also, we have got some multicoloured, rainbow, gorgeous looking hematite as our deal of the day. So you need to tune in at 11 AM this Saturday for that as well. Now, I don't know what you've done to deserve this, but you've also got me Sunday morning as well, and I will be joined by the fantastically talented Alison Tarry. Now, I hear you ask, what does Alison Tarry have for you? Well, we have the incredible Knotty Do-It-All tool and the travel size Knotty Do-It-All tool as well, and it is superb. It's the Sandra Younger tool. I was lucky enough to meet Sandra Younger, and this tool is phenomenal for your pearl knotting and lots more. We also have one of Alison's favourite tools, the Whammer. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? So you need to tune in to look at that. And we have something brand new for you. We have got this incredible Bezel tooling station. Now you think how many sets of pliers you've got. You've seen when our guest designers come in with their gang of pliers and tools. This is a tidy workstation for all of your tools for jewellery making. It is brilliant. It's going to make it quicker for you to make jewellery as well. Now our deal of the day is another of Alison and I's favourite. It is the endless loom that we have. If you love making stretchy bracelets and you want to take it to the next stage, this is the tool for you. Alison and I will rave about it. It is brilliant. That's our deal of the day at 11 AM. So it's going to be an exceptional weekend. Please do join me on Saturday and Sunday morning.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker Studio, Ivy House, Henley Road, Studley, B80 7DU, and make sure you don't forget your customer number. Get making and good luck. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Jewellery Maker, what a day! I can't believe already that in that first hour we have gotten through so much stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I've just launched this incredible glue gun for you in a way that we've not seen it before. There are still a few left. I have also brought you a really nice in-depth detail of how to set up the flexi cord and the Dremel. And as I mentioned to you before, genuinely, we have, in my experience, never given so much to a guest designer to do in a show. We are sorry.
You know what? It's busy and it's fun and it's buzzy and it's good and it's all the stuff I love, so it's all good.
It's not just about this brand new stand, which I'm launching in minutes. It's also about this pack, backed by popular demand. That one there.
Soldering kit.
Yeah, the full kit. It's all about then also bringing you metal sheets that you can drill with, that you can stamp on, that you can cut, but also then it's about soldering it. And then again, it's about soldering with sterling silver. And we're going to be showing you another demo in that. We are demoing constantly, basically, throughout the show today. And I'm going to start off by talking to you about this. Now, a very brief 2-minute overview, and then we're going to be showing you exactly how to use this and set this up. So, Hayley, I'll hand over to you for the first couple of minutes to explain this tool.
So basically, it is, most of us will know what a drill is. And when we think of a drill, we think about a drill in the garage or, you know, in a workshop.
Very true.
That you pull down a handle and you drill down. That turns your Dremel tool, this stand turns your Dremel tool into that tool. So it's a stand, there's no motor that comes with it, but what it does come with is the stand itself, the pole that holds it all together, and the actual function, the cup, the stand that you put your Dremel into, and then you have a handle here which actually gives you that drilling function.
Okay.
So that's essentially it. You can actually also turn this side on and then it becomes a different type of tool.
So let me show you on here because it's depicted really nicely. I'll let you know when we're gonna, I'll bring the graphics in a minute because I just want to show you exactly what we mean by this. So this is it going up and down, but this is the type of thing that you can use it for. So can you see how this has put it onto an angle? You see that angle there? Can you see on this how it's completely sideways now? And you're carving into it. This is it drilling straight down, and look at how intricate this will be. And this is obviously depicted in wood, but you can use this with metal, which is what we're going to show you. We're going to bring the graphics live. I have got less than 100. I'm going to wish you all luck. The graphics are now live. Whilst that is in and on air, let me show you a quick VT onto how exactly you can use and set this up. And we will then show more demos straight after. But for now, get dialing, sit back, relax and watch.
Hello and welcome to the launch of the brand new Dremel workstation. It's new to us because we've been promoting the Dremel so much, and now we have a stand and a tool that will convert your Dremel motor into an upright drill, which means that you can drill much more straightly, you can turn your motor into a polishing motor, and it can just give you a lot more control when you're drilling. What we have is a setup of all the items that you're going to get in the box when you buy the workstation. And what we have is a stand, the pipes that will turn the stand into the drill upright section, the actual holder for the Dremel itself, and a few other attachments that I'll talk about as we go through this little demonstration. When you take all the items out of the box, what you'll find is the pipes that become the upright section of the stand. One pipe is slotted into the other, and they're actually sealed up with these rubber or plastic caps. So you need to remove those caps first, and then you will find the two parts that you can use to construct the stand. The first bit is a slightly broader pipe, and that is the bit that slots into the big hole on the actual stand itself. They both have the same ends, so don't worry which way you get it inserted into the stand, they're both the same. But on the smaller, more narrow pipe, there is one side that has a plastic fitting, and that is the bit that goes into the top section of the stand. You pop that in, and you've actually got a little bit that sticks out. It's almost like a little item that you squeeze. So when you pop it in, it's going to resist. So squeeze it first, and then you can push that down, and that will determine how high you want your stand to be. So you can push it down to whatever height you want, give it a slight twist, and that should secure it in position. I wouldn't have it too high, because actually what you will find is if your drill is too high, you're actually going to need to build up a platform underneath in order for the drill bit to connect with the item that you're drilling. You will find a large bolt, a two-part bolt, that actually you can use to fix this into position. So you can turn this pole upside down and place the nut of the bolt on the inside, but you can do it so that the insert goes in first, place the bolt on the inside, and then tighten it up. And then that should hold the tool in position. So once you've got that in position, we're then going to place the big bit, that's the main body of the actual stand, and that's going to be the bit that holds the Dremel into place. So on this, you've got the cup on the front, which is where the actual motor goes, and on the back you'll have a tubular section where the pipe fits into that I've just assembled. You might receive your piece with this setting either going sideways or upright. So it will sit on the tool that way up, but if you have received it in a position where this is twisted round, you can turn this little lever, and that actually turns that in the horizontal or vertical position. So to start off with, we want it in that position. The benefit of that in the future is actually you can turn the tool on its side and turn it into a polisher, but we'll talk about that a bit later. So allowing that to be in this position, you then tighten up that key so that it doesn't slide, and then you can slide it onto the pipe attachment all the way down onto the broader part of the stand, and you actually can feel it starts to become a little bit more, it's held in place a little bit better once it gets onto the broader part here. And then once you have that in the position that you want it to be in, you have another little screw attachment that has a square bolt on it, and that goes into the back of this section here. That's actually just going to hold that whole section in place. Okay, so the next thing that we have here is that's actually a key that will help us to tighten it up in a moment. So I'll put that back into the system. We have a hook which we can place on the top. It just seals off the pole itself, but it also provides us with a little hook that we can hang the Dremel from if we're going to use it as a handle or a motor on its own. We can hang our cable from there. We can also hang a lighting system from there, so you can use it for multiple reasons. And then what we have is we've got our Dremel. How do we put it into the actual stand itself? So you don't want to have your Flexi-shaft on your Dremel, and you want to remove the plastic cap that comes with the Dremel motor. That screw system has a similar system on the actual stand itself, and so we will remove the cap, slide the motor into the actual stand, and then underneath here you've got that screw system. So I'm just going to check that I've got it lined up, and instead of turning the motor, because you'll get the cable all tangled in there, you can actually turn the little bolt that's underneath. It's a plastic bolt which allows you to tighten it up or loosen it. You can actually use the spanner that comes with the tool to help you to do that. There we go, nice and tight. I actually find by hand is quite simple and easy to do. Ideally what you can try and aim to have is your speed button and your on-off button facing forward. It would just make it a little bit easier for you to manage and to see and to read. And there you go, that's really essentially the setup of the whole system. And then what we have here is the handle that allows it to drop down and become a drill. So when you switch it on, you lower that handle and it slowly lowers it down and drills. And a tip for drilling is not hard and fast, but slow and steady. So you don't want to ram it down because you'll damage a drill bit or break it. Always wear goggles just in case, and slowly and steadily does the job. And there you have the workstation, which is now an upright drill.
Well done everyone who got it. Sorry, it has sold out. It was only $39.95, and as you know, that is an incredible price for this bit of kit. We have got so many more treats coming up for you, but for now, a huge well done. We are going to be demoing with this. We're going to be doing demos throughout the show today, including the likes of your soldering. A lot of people did miss out.
Sorry,
we
guys.
had just shy of 100. That's what we could get in for the time. We will let you know when we're getting these back in.
Well, they will be back.
They will be back
Yeah.
for sure, but well done everyone who got them for now. If you're planning on getting one in future, stick around because we're showing you more demos with this, but also demos with the Dremel. For now, we're going to get into, by themselves, some of your additional sections and bits and bobs. I'm starting off with this one, which is your polishing. There is so much in today's show, as I've said, it's basically very demo heavy. It's not just about Dremel, there's other little bits and bobs as well coming up for you. It's so the day to stay tuned. Really sorry for everyone who missed out on that. We got as many as we could in for the time, but well done to everyone who did get it. We are talking about this Dremel toolkit in a moment, and we're starting off now by showing you the 26mm felt polishing wheels. You know that you already get these in with your Dremel, you know, the big pack that you bought from us that had all of our extras that we got for you. We have got these as additions because you will go through things like polishing wheels.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to put these on air for you right now.
So, to have a professionally finished piece of jewellery, particularly when it's metal work, you know, you're working with metal, it gets scratched. When you solder and you anneal it, it dulls.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, what makes jewellery making so time consuming is all of this work, and that's why things cost what they do. You know, it's our time that is valuable.
Yeah.
And to help with that, we have these attachments, because you could do it by hand, but these mops, these felt mops, essentially are a form of polishing. So you would sand your piece, you would file your piece, and then you would actually put one of these felt attachments. Now you get different shapes, and this particular one that Becky's showing is your disc shape, so you can use it front on or side on, but probably more front on. And then you can actually, in your kit, in your Dremel kit, you'll get a pin, and I'm going to try and undo this one. I'll see if I can. But actually the pin has a screw section on it, and on that screw section, there we go. See there?
Yeah.
That you can change for the different attachments.
And that's what you would attach this one onto. So I'm bringing you here a pack of 3 of them. Your price for all 3 is £3.45. It's great because you will go through these. And let me just remind you, when we talk about polishing, we are talking about you can polish silver with this, you can polish copper with this.
Yeah,
I have even seen people polishing things like polymer clay with things like this as well to bring up that polish and shine. They're on screen right now. We're going to be bringing things like this on throughout the show. We're very demo heavy today. What were you going to say then, Hales?
Well, this is a pointy one version of the same thing that you will have in your Dremel kit, and you'll see it's blackened, and that's what will happen to all your mops and your polishing attachments, is because you use it in conjunction with the rouge compound or a polishing compound. And if you've got your Dremel kit, you get a little,
you get the rouge in there.
Yeah.
So when it gets to that kind of colour, you can still use it, but obviously over time that will just get
they wear down, they become full of, it's not actually the compound that is the problem, it's the metal wears it down, also gets embedded into it. So after a while you need to renew.
£3.45, and that's for all 3 of them. Okay, Hayley, I'm over to you now, my love.
Okay, so am I polishing or am I drilling?
Polishing, we're drilling at 10 to remember, because we are going to show you how to use this at 10
So what I did was, I have to get this back into position. So just to remind you to attach your Flexi-shaft. In fact, I won't even do it with the Flexi-shaft. I'll just do it straight on with the motor. So I'll just move that out the way. And you've got your adjustable, your multi-chuck. So you can screw that into position. And
The multi-chucks we had by themselves, they have sold out, I'm afraid.
There you go. And then what you can do is, once that's screwed down, you let go of the lock key, and I'm just going to, I should have put that cap on first, but it doesn't matter. Then you release that, and then you can open up the actual chuck itself, and that allows the pin, there you go, the hole for the pin to open. So I'm going to attach that in there.
Whilst you're sliding that in, let me just show you, I've got these 6 now. These 6 are daintier, obviously, than the ones I've just brought you. As you can see, they're a little bit different in size. I'll show you the comparison. So larger spaces possibly are going to be good for this. More intricate pieces, smaller pieces. Maybe, for example, rings that you have that you need to want to polish the inside of the actual ring shank itself. These could be a good one for. Price is $1.95. You get 6 within there too. So yeah, we'll show you more about these and how to use each of them as we go on. We're giving you the opportunity to top up now. I'm back with you, Hales.
All right, so we're putting our safety goggles on, because if there's one rule I have that I'm most strict about, it's anything with a motor, you need safety goggles on. And I have in the past said, oh, if you wear glasses, you can actually just wear your glasses. But the more I think about it, safety goggles have a certified standard strength, glasses do not. So put your goggles on over your glasses, particularly if you're somebody who peers over your glasses as I do.
Yeah.
So what you do, safety glasses on, and I've got my multi-chuck on, and I'm just going to, don't touch the lock key, because that is for locking the attachment. What you do is you've got your on-off button, and then your speed button at the back here. So I'm just going to find something that I've worked on before. Actually, let me just get a dull piece of copper. So there we go. That's one that's been, it's been in the pickle. Okay, so it is a little bit shiny, but it could be a bit shinier.
I have got copper sheet coming up.
To get your compound on there, so this is a little bit of rouge, beg your pardon, this is the rouge that comes from the kit. Just run your tool onto that. It is, if you're going to use a lot of that, do wear a mask, okay, but if you're using it in small amounts, then it's okay. Now, if you've got your Flexi-shaft, you can manage it more easily. This is actually still fine, so place it on, and then hold on to your piece really tight. And it gets dirty first, so expect it to get dirty. So what we say is it's wax on, wax off, a bit like Karate Kid. But and what I would normally recommend is if it gets really dirty, you can actually go and get some dishwashing liquid, because it's a degreaser, and that will then remove this greasy compound, and you'll see it more efficiently. But I don't know if you can quite see there where I've done a bit of polishing there.
It's taken up already.
But it's something that happens over time, and I would certainly have sanded before that. But definitely it's bringing up more of a shine. It's the compound and the combination of the compacted felt mop that's giving you that.
The tip that Hayley's working with now, I've actually got here beside me, but first we're going to do this one. Yeah, we're doing these ones. So this is your polishing cloth wheel. So this is actually a completely different makeup. This has got like layers to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, so this is really the creme de la creme of the polishing mops of this. And because you've got those multiple layers, and it's softer, it will really it really enhances and polishes very well. Also, what's good about this is the Dremel Easy Click attachment.
Yes.
So it's slightly different, and for those of you who find working with the chucks a bit tricky and a bit fiddly, I'll show you how to use this. Now, it does take a bit of getting used to, so so just bear with us, but I'm just going to open
I'll let you open that.
Thank
just whilst
you.
you're opening it, we'll bring the price in for it. The one that Hayley was literally just using, B, was from 30. Just to let you know, we'll bring you that in a second. But we'll show you how to use this one, because that is very popular. But the ones that Hayley was literally just using, you know, these pointed ones, this is the same type of thing that Hayley was using. And obviously, Hayley, you use this quite a lot.
Oh, yeah, I
use it with the multi-chuck. We'll bring the graphics on. We'll bring that price in. I am back with you now, Hales, for the click.
So this is a fabulous. In fact, it's actually a cotton mop, this one, which makes it even softer. So you slide your pin in as you normally would.
And this comes with the kit, don't forget.
Yes, it does actually. Tighten it up. So make sure it's really tight, because if it's not tight, it will potentially fly out, and that's what applies with all of them. And to know, you'll hear that click. Okay, that click, you know it's in position. Now, to attach this, you've got, on the underside, you've got a little area where it's got a particular shape. It's almost like a bow tie shape. And that mirrors the shape on the easy click attachment area. So you line those two up, and then you twist it.
Okay.
And there you go, it should click into position.
Perfect, that's cool.
So the more tools you buy with the easy click system, it just becomes a bit more efficient for the way you work.
Cool.
And the same thing applies, you get a little bit of polish on this. You get different, I'm just going to pop that on, there we go. It's going to get dirty, there we go. And let's flip that over. Now do hold on tight and rest your hand up against your bench peg or your table, just so that it doesn't fly off and catch on. And in fact, what I might do, I don't know if you can see on there, it's definitely got a bit of shine. I'm going to go over where I did previously. Because it's a bit softer, you might find that that actually brings that up even more.
Because it's a little bit like when we are doing it by hand, and you would use a thicker gradient of sandpaper,
exactly
and then
that.
go to a finer grade, and then a finer grade, and then a super fine grade. All of these different polishing things will do that for you step by step, and you can see how that's brought that up even further
Yeah, that's
now.
actually becoming more of a mirror shine now. So I just need to spend a bit more time doing that, and clean it off with some dishwashing liquid, degrease it.
But you can see how quickly that's bringing it up.
Yeah.
Imagine doing all of that by hand.
Yeah.
On your screen right now are the 10mm polishing point packs that you've got. We had more quantity of those, $6.95. These are the ones that you obviously use a fair amount. It was already attached to your thing. Tell me what you like about this shape.
Well, because it's essentially like a bullet shape, you've got that taper area, which means you can get into little corners. So, for example, on this sample that I've done previously,
that's lovely.
We've got an S shape there. If I use...
How have you attached that on there? Is that solder?
On, yeah.
I thought so. We've got that later, copper solder and a dedicated silver solder too.
So if you get that pointy area and you go into that area there, it helps you to polish that up.
Brilliant.
Into that space. If you've got the dial, it's more for flatter, wider spaces, but you wouldn't be able to get into, or you could, it's just, this is more targeted for that type of area.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Got you. Okie pokie. So, next up, how about, should we talk engraving, or do you want to talk, what's up for you?
Well, let's go with the bristled one.
Okay. Should we do bristly bits?
Yeah.
I've just gotten this from 28B. Because I know that the engraving one's a little bit, we'll talk about that in a minute.
It's a bit more hardcore, the engraving one.
Yeah.
This one, I love this. So for those of you who feel like polishing, and it is, polishing is not a quick process, even with the motor. No. It's a multi-stage process.
Yes.
So you might think, oh, do you know what, I'll just do a matte or satin finish because it's much easier. It is. But also, some people don't like a high polish. So that is what this is going to give you. It's a abrasive brush, and it really is that. So watch your fingers with this one. But you can probably see from the bristles, actually, they are pretty rough.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of texture to them.
They do. So they're going to give you more of a matte or satin finish. So I'm going to change this. So
whilst you're changing that chuck over, remember we have spoken about the different polishes. So again, you start off with the thicker one down to the finer grade, maybe finishing off, for example, with the cotton one that we brought to you. This is going to give you that high performance abrasive brush, and the lovely thing with this, as you'll see, is the effects that it can give. So it's £5.25 for you now. Again, this is something you do get in the full pack, but you might have gone through yours might have not be as abrasive as it once was, so it's lovely to stock up, and that is exactly what we're doing. We'll do a demo with this for you in a little bit. I've got more heads. We will be showing drilling. We're going to get into drilling in about 25 minutes probably, so, and we'll show you how to use this and more. But for now, Hales, we've got our abrasive tool in. What are we doing?
So we're going to, the beauty of this, you don't need any polishing, you don't need any of the compound or anything like that. Straight on with it.
Great.
So, definitely got your goggles on for this
do.
one. Okay. Hold your item firmly. Now, this is already a highly polished piece of copper. So...
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. And you can work it in straight lines. Let me just show you what's happening there.
Yeah.
Or you can go in circular motions. It depends on the effect that you want.
Giving that almost, you know, when you bring you like the satin sterling silver and it has that whooshed effect. It's almost like that, isn't it?
And what you can do is, I'll just do a little bit more in a straight line. Ooh,
yeah,
there you go. Just hold on tight. Okay, and I'll stop there.
Yeah.
What you can do, you might think, well, that just looks like it's scratched. What you then do, and I haven't actually got some with me, is get some fine grade sandpaper, so something in the range of about 1,000 grade. Gently go over that and it will soften that.
Beautiful.
But actually it already gives you a really lovely satin effect.
I think that looks really nice, yeah.
So that is really, really useful if you don't want a high polish but you want more of a matte or satin effect. I love that. I love that attachment. So now beautiful. Brass brushes. Okay, so we've got a brass brush and a steel brush.
Yeah, so which one do you want to do, the brass or the steel?
Let's do the brass, because that's my favourite. So,
have you got one of those?
Well, I've got,
you've got one.
I don't know who we've stolen these from, but
we're using them all now.
Yeah.
Right, let me bring you the brass one then. So you're getting two of these, and they, as you can see, very abrasive again, and they're the gold finish.
So the brass is a polisher, the steel is the
steel is the engraved, of course it is, yeah. So we're going to show you a demonstration with the golden ones now. So Hales, what are these ones great for?
So they're also for polishing. Pretty useful because you've got your bristles, it gets into little grooves. So let's say you've got a textured item, or you've got a metal clay item, because that's got, you've made an imprint with texture. You can get into those areas and it'll polish up the whole thing. So really, really useful. What I would say about both of these, and it happens with any of the bristled ones, the little bristles have a tendency of flying off. Okay, they break away. So you absolutely have to have your goggles on, and just be aware you might get the odd little microdermabrasion situation going on. Okay. Yeah. But it's rare, but just be aware of it, okay? So, same thing.
$6.95 for the two.
I'm just going to change that.
You can see how easy that is to change in the chalk.
Oh, and that's the multi-chuck. I tell you what, I would never go back to not having it unless, you know. Yeah, I have to have the multi-chuck. It's a bit like the easy click. It's become revolutionary. Right, so same thing, switch it on. And so this is actually a polishing thing. So let me see. Let's go with that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it doesn't give you the high shine because, of course, you've got metal bristles, but it does bring things up. So what's actually happening there, and I'll just switch it off and show the sample.
That's incredible.
Is you've actually got something called burnishing is occurring there. So burnishing is when you rub metal on metal.
Wow.
And so because you've got your fine brass bristles, that's happening. For those who have done metal clay before, and even silver work, and you use a brass brush to polish, and this is a motorized version of that.
Brilliant.
Really brilliant. I use it quite a lot, but you might see, you can just about see there's some really fine, you can see where the brush marks have gone, but it still gives you a shine.
Yeah.
So it works absolutely fine on flat metal, but it also works particularly well on textured metal.
Textured ones. So if you do your silver clay or your metal clay of any type, this would be a great one for when you have all those lovely textures and you've got to get into the grooves and bits. Also, actually, could it be quite good for when you've stamped things as well?
Yeah, because you've got your texture there, you've stamped it, you've got indents, and then you can polish inside it.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Should I bring you this one now then?
Yeah, you can do. So I'll let me see if I've got a sample of that one. I don't think
go ahead. Well done to everybody on those ones. So it's the alternate of that now. So they look quite similar, but obviously there's a difference in purpose in a way.
Well, it's more like the abrasive one I showed you before. Yeah, I don't think I've got it. So whereas the abrasive one we had before was pretty aggressive.
Yes.
That's going to do the same thing but less aggressively.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. So it's going to give you a satin matte finish, but it's a slightly finer effect. So what you could do is you could do the really aggressive one first and go over the top.
And then take it back a bit with this.
So it softens it down a bit, yeah.
Because again, this is another thing to remember, especially if you are new. And I understand this because I've definitely seen things like this before, you know, when I've started new mediums. And I've gone, well, surely, if you use that high abrasive one and then you take it back, why can't I just go for this? But it's not. It's all about the stages of it.
Yes, unfortunately, and people don't realise that it is a long-winded process doing, you know.
Which is why handmade crafts cost what they do, rightly
and jewellery,
so.
And fine jewellery.
Yes, and fine jewellery too.
A high-polished engagement ring, it's polished to perfection, and it's been through various stages of sanding, filing, polishing, etc. So, yeah.
Two of these ones again for that slightly sort of genteel satin finish to your designs. We have got it at £6.95 for you on those ones. So again, very, very useful, a little addition for you today. These ones very, very popular again. I have got metal sheets coming up for you in a little bit, and we will do one for you in this hour as well once we get on to drilling. But for now, these for £6.95. Well done. Should we talk engraver now?
Yeah.
Because I know when you went to Dremel.
Yeah.
Oh, say that again, Poppet. Oh, well, I'll be honest with you, I've not got that box at all. My boxes start at 25. Is it the 107? These ones, Poppet. ISDR. Cool. This was in box 26, just to let you know. But yeah, so when you went to Dremel, I know that engraving was something that you all played with.
Yeah, we did, and we didn't specifically use this attachment. We used many attachments.
Yeah.
And I know this is used for engraving, but it's also used for many other things. So it's basically a little, what we call a ball burr. It's a mouthful, but...
There's a bit. Could be quite easy to get that wrong as well.
But if you have a little closer look, it's a ball that's got little teeth. It's almost like a fan effect. It kind of goes around it. And what that does, it digs in and it bites away some metal. Got you. So what I will see if I can try and do it is a bit of you need to have a little bit more stability when you're working with this because it can dig in and pull the metal away. So I'll try and get a bit of control of what I'm doing. Ideally you would use a Flexi-shaft for this, and I've removed the Flexi-shaft, but it's absolutely fine. And just to let you know, as you can see on here, they're engraved. This tells you what the types of things you can engrave into, just there. So plastics are there as well. It says aluminium, plexi, plastic, varieties of wood, and you can see here that this is like a clear perspex by the looks of things that they're engraving into, and because of that, of course, it's going to be lovely again for personalisation amongst other things and elements. It is £3.95 and we've got 3 in that pack there for you. Okay. So we'll show you what you can sort of do with it now if you wish. So, do you want any tape for that? No, it's okay. No, cool. I'm fine because I might want to hold it in my hand. But what I would suggest before you do any drilling or burring, digging down into metal, if you can make a marker in the metal first before you go in, because what will happen if I go straight onto that smooth piece of metal, it's going to skid all over the surface. Yeah. Still might do that, but it lessens the chance of doing that. So what you can do now, I was looking for, actually on my little samples that I did here, I used the small doming punch. And I have got some doming implements coming up later. But if you've got a centre punch or some sort of sharp item, you can just, on your piece of metal, that is a slightly thicker one. So it works, the engraving tool works best on the thicker metal, and using some sort of hammer to get your indent in there. Now I'm going to do a few little marks all the way along. So hopefully I'll do 3 in a row.
I've got a metal block and thing coming up later, I think. That's coming up in the first soldering hour, because remember I've got 2 dedicated hours to soldering because it's 2 different styles of solder.
Okay, so you need a steady hand with this, and make sure your cables are out the way. As I said, the Flexi-shaft really makes life a lot easier, but let's go with it. So on, hold it firmly and dig in. So have it resting on something, on your bench peg. Whoop, let me see. Actually, I need a little bit more of an indent there, but what I will show you, as an engraver, it'll give you an amazing amount of texture.
That's cool. Yeah, you can see that.
Actually, some of the samples that I did, I used that to give a little bit of texture in some of the indents.
Yeah.
I'll just switch that off and show you. There you go. So if you have a look, I used a doming punch to create a little recess there.
Ah, yeah,
and then you've got a little bit of a texture inside those as well. And if you have a closer look at what I've just done, it's almost like those abrasive brushes that we used earlier. They gave us a delicate abrasion on the surface. This actually engraves into the metal. So if you want to do little indents on the metal that are very even, it does take a lot of practice. And I would definitely have something like the ring vise, you know, for the ring.
Yes.
If you have that and you hold that and then you really practice, but practice on a piece of copper first.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And one thing I will say too is, obviously, as we've said, you can use it on plastic, perspex, wood, etc. And if you're thinking, oh, I do really like the idea of that, but, you know, I'm not great at drawing, or I'm not great at names or whatever, you can get stencils that you can use alongside it, and you can even make your own stencils if you wanted to. So that's something to maybe think about and bear in mind. Say it again, Fee. Oh, okay, quickly, it's the star buy time. As you know, all of the treats and goodies we've brought to you today, like when we launched this tool by itself, when we did the heat mat by itself, they've all been really, really popular. The stand itself has sold out now. We will be demoing it shortly. But I have another sneaky addition coming up for you now, which I believe you're going to use with the likes of your Dremel, but even other tools that you may well have at home. This is your brand new Star Buy. I just want to keep playing with it, really. Yeah. What a brilliant bit of kit. So I'll show you as you're going to get it, and we'll explain to you why this is such a brilliant bit of kit. Do you have little bits like this in a box? And they're always, you put them on your workbench and they roll about as soon as you catch them with something. And then maybe you have them in that box and you're like, hang on, is that one for that box or is that one for that box? How's about I offer to you a spinning way of making all of that issue of finding things, etc., go away. This is a brilliant, brilliant bit of kit which will keep everything neat, tidy, and in some instances, safer.
Yeah.
We are bringing it to you now. It is your magnetic burr holder. Hales, what do you love about this bit of kit, which is only $11.95, by the way. I will just put that out there straight away. It's $11.95. What do you love about this?
I'm going to be getting one because I hope there's some left for me, because
we've got 160-ish.
Okay. You've explained it already. You know, you can put your stuff down and it gets, where is that thing that I had last, particularly if you do things and you need different sizes. So what you can do is actually put them in size order, because I've got a little holder where you've got lots of little holes, and it's a little bit random, but this one you can actually order it, and you could even write on the top with a little marker, your sizes.
Great
So because when you're doing stone setting, or you've got your drill bits, particularly drill bits, you need your different size drill bits for different things.
Of course.
They always come in a little kit or a little stand where you take them out of that and then they go haywire. So this is perfect for that. And it's really sweet. I love the little swirly, the turny thing.
It's a brilliant bit of kit to have on your workbench, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's where it would be. To be honest, I want two because I want one at my workbench and one next to the drill stand.
Okay.
For the drill bits. Yeah.
So would you, with this, what would you have differently in the drill one? What would you have on your workbench? What tools would you have on your workbench, and what tools would you have next to
So
this?
the drill bits, I would have the different size drill bits.
Yeah.
And then...
We have got some drill bits coming up when we start drilling in a minute.
Next to my workbench, I'll have the different kinds of polishing. So one felt, one... and the different rubber burr, rubber burr, the cloth mop, the different kind of polishing. I might actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I'll get one for polishing, one for drilling, and then with stone setting, which is something that we haven't done before, but we have different kinds of attachments for that as well. And they come in different... I think I need one for that as well. Yeah, that would be perfect. That will really organise... At the moment, they're all in a bag, in a box, sitting next to the workbench, so this is perfect.
23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 tools. 30, 1, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, approximately 39, 40 heads you could keep in one.
That's perfect. I mean, to be honest, I don't think I've got... Yeah, you could actually use multiple medium type attachments.
Isn't that just brilliant? Now, these are very, very popular. I had 160. I've got around about 60% of my stock gone at this point. This is really very, very, very useful. Loads of you are buying 2s and 3s.
Yeah, well, the more I think about it, the more it's definitely a multiple buy item, this, because you can really organise and categorise your workspace with it.
And this could just be me, I'm sure it's not, but do you ever get a kit at home and you maybe buy all of the tools, etc., and then for some reason you decide to take this tool because you're going to craft something different on the sofa, and then you end up putting that tool somewhere completely different, and then when you do sit down to do what you were planning on doing, all of a sudden all of the tools you would usually use for that make have gone everywhere. And sometimes, if I'm in a real hurry because I've got a commission to do by a certain deadline or whatever, I will go out and buy that thing again. Because you have to get it done. Having something like this, that is so easy. And even if you did want to go for some reason and craft on a sofa, or craft in another room because there's someone on telly, on the big telly upstairs, you can literally just take all of them with you, holding it at the top, put it on your bedside table or whatever, wherever you're crafting. There is none of this, oh, I've lost that bit or that bit. And also you can instantly see, if you go and pack that up at the end of the night and you go, hang on, I know there's one missing because it used to be full. Have a little root around. Oh goodness, I've dropped it on the floor. Well, there you go, sorted. It's a really fabulous bit of kit. I'm going to leave that one with you now because whilst we're talking about burrs, just explain to people, because we're talking about burrs and all of these things, just explain to people what we mean by that.
Yeah, good question, because actually Becky said that earlier, didn't she? Said, I don't know what a burr is. So what a burr is, it's basically an attachment. But it could be so many things. It's almost like all of these things I've just shown you, they are burrs. But most commonly we have, in stone setting, for example, you would have had the burrs that Fleur used to drill the hole in her pebbles. You've got the felt tip burrs, you've got your rubber tip burrs, you've got your polishing burrs, etc. So it's just an attachment. But then there's, to be honest, it's an endless list, because if you go into stone setting, there's multiple burrs for that, etc., etc. So the list is very long.
And that is exactly why we need something like this. Now, we spoke about this the other day when we did our soldering, and remember, it's not just about the Dremel today. I have got full dedicated hours to almost completely different mediums today. I have got copper coming up. I'm going to be showing you drilling soon. I'm not. I'm going to sit here with my broom. Hayley will show you drilling and stuff. We've got soldering coming up, including full soldering kits. We're going to be focused on precious metal soldering as well as other ways. But we were talking about this in soldering, but actually we also went on then to talk about metal cutting with a saw, and then we went on to talk about you know, all of these other different reasons to use this. This really is one of those bits of kit that we need, actually.
Yeah, you don't realise you need it until you use it.
Yeah.
Right, so the reason why you might need it is, well, you mentioned sawing, so I'll start with that, because sawing is probably something you might do before you've got a motor.
Yes.
So when you're sawing, and I'm pretty sure everybody who has sawed knows it's not the easy, I was going to say it's not the most straightforward thing, but that would apply as well. It's not easy to saw, and you break loads of blades and it jars and it gets tricky until you get the hang of it. What that's going to do is it kind of, well, it does, it lubricates the actual blade so that when you're sawing, it just flows a bit better.
Yeah.
The blade actually just glides along more easily. You can saw without it, but I promise you, once you use this, you'll think, why did I not use this before?
That again.
It makes life so much easier.
Because the chatter is what I've had when I'm sawing
Yes.
before. That moment where it literally goes, like it sort of...
It's the chatter, or sometimes it just locks, it jams.
Yeah, you can't go...
And that might have something to do
like
with
a
your
stuck zip.
technique as well. There's a lot to do with how you hold the blade and push the blade and your posture. But this will certainly make life a lot easier in that respect.
And with our tools such as this.
Yeah, so particularly when you're using a motor, if you're using, you know, you saw the burrs that I was using and how they skim along the metal. If you continue to do that, the friction that you get from that creates heat. The metal gets very hot. And chances are you either let go of the tool or you let go of the metal and it pings everywhere, or it gets lost or causes damage. The same thing applies with when you're drilling. If you're drilling through metal, if you're using fairly thin metal, it's not too serious, but if you're going through 0.8 or thicker, particularly the 1 mil, etc., the burr, the steel at a high speed running through the copper or the silver, it's metal rubbing on metal, it's going to get hot, and it gets really hot.
Yeah.
And your fingers get hurt, and you let go, and it's not good, it's unsafe. So the burr, put that onto the drill bit, and that helps with that.
And we will be, well, we'll probably be showing how to use this in a second.
We'll use that.
Let me leave that there for you, because it's $5.95, 50 grams.
Oh, that will last you a lifetime, I'm sure.
Just last
Honestly,
and last and last.
Because all you need to do is you just pop it in, and it's just a thin layer, or run the blade down in it, and it's a thin layer.
Yeah.
That'll be, honestly, years and years and years.
And we will show you how to use that when we get into drilling, which is a minute or two away.
Yes.
$5.95 for you. Okay, Poppet, where to? Let me bring to you the heat-resistant gloves. Now, these were very, very popular last time you were on, weren't they?
They were, and I'll be straightforward with you. They're quite extreme, and they're quite big, and I wouldn't use them when I'm drilling or anything like that. But if you're doing things like glass with a kiln, if you're doing enameling, if you're doing pottery, torch firing things in kilns, these are perfect. They actually really beautiful, and they're extremely well made, and for that purpose alone, they are really well done. So when we first brought these to air, they actually they sold out within seconds. And I think it's because they appeal to people who use other mediums, people who might do ironmongery, even plumbers who are doing, you know, heavy, or welding. They're perfect for welding.
Brilliant.
Pottery, getting things out, kilns. So,
it is safety, but also they are designed so that they feel beautiful on the inside. They've got the heatproof lining, but they've also got this wonderful soft, almost like suede feel on the inside, which is beautiful. Very heavy duty. These are made to last, and you can feel the quality of these. They are jeweller's heat-resistant gloves, which you could use, you know, in different things. I know that sometimes I've seen people using it with silver clays, actually.
Okay.
When you, sometimes if you're going to pick up a piece of silver clay, say in your tweezers, if you have only picked it up quite quickly, you're not using the right things, then heat obviously can conduct. I have seen people using things like this for that. I've also seen people using it because I'm watching Pottery Throwdown.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
loving it.
Brilliant. But obviously they use it on that with the raku and stuff, don't they? They are just £5.95. These feel so much more expensive than that.
Well, I know. I actually looked up and I thought, were they that price before? I don't think they were. Were they that price before?
You can't remember, can you?
Because they're such good quality. You're kind of looking for a reason to buy them because they look amazing.
Yeah.
But gee, those are suede gloves. Suede for $5.95.
It's incredible, that, isn't it?
And they're pipes and everything. They've got a beautiful finish.
Yeah. These are real professional quality.
Wow.
We are going to see now if we can load some metal sheet for you, and the metal sheet is the 0.8 we're going to do the this demo with, and it is all about this bit of kit. Now, we have sold out on this, I'm afraid to say. Well done to everyone who got it. Don't worry, we will put an order in to get some more back in, I am more than sure. What we're going to be talking about now is drilling our... is that the right one?
Yeah.
Yeah, is that right? So I'm going to bring you the silver plated copper sheet.
Okay.
Now, if that's right.
That's absolutely. Anything you want to drill through, whether it's silver plated or plain copper, will be absolutely fine.
You can drill through it.
Absolutely. You can go through fairly thick sheet, actually, probably about 2 mil or yes, I mean that's substantial.
That's amazing.
But you would definitely need your the lubrication for that because it would be quite warm. It will get friction.
So this is your 0.8. It's genuine silver over the top. So what is great about this is if you do want to engrave or etch into it, the copper comes through. It looks amazing. Yeah. This is 0.8 sheet. You can see it's highly, highly, highly reflective because it's got genuine silver plating on this. Good angle for Hales. Good angle. Ooh, it's like a wall of mirrors, isn't it?
It really is.
Oh, very thin. But yeah, it is your 0.8.
Maybe not.
And we're going to show you how we will be using this bit of kit with it just before we head on into the break. This is copper with genuine silver over the top. So etching into it, stamping into it, you're going to get that two-tone colour. It looks immense for handmade jewellery. We're taking it to today. $29.95. Remember, that is for 0.8 of copper, but then we've silver plated over the top. So that is doing plating's a big amount of work, isn't it?
Yeah, but also it's a thick sheet and it's a large sheet. We don't do the large sheets that often, do we? So you're getting a lot of metal for your money there.
So let's talk about how we can do things like drill with something like this.
So what I want to do is I'm going to put my Dremel into the stand.
Perfect.
And we're going to convert the stand into the drill that we have been talking about. So to do that, make sure that your stand is constructed as demoed in the VT.
And if you want to watch back on that VT because you missed it, it is on my Rebecca Redican Presenter Facebook page.
Right, so what you're going to need to do on the actual cup section, that is the bit that holds the Dremel. There's a little bit that removes itself. You can unscrew that. So let me just check that I'm doing it the right way. Take that out. It's going to take a while.
Do you want to actually, you can whip it out of shot if you want.
Yeah, and whilst you're doing that...
I'll turn it to you so you can see it.
Thank you.
Just whilst you're doing that, so you can get that out. We have got for you as well, just to let you know, the drill bits. I don't know if you want to do them now, Bea, because I know that you're trying not to whip that out of shot, aren't you?
Thank you.
So it's all right. Let me bring to you the actual drill bits themselves. Tell me what number it is.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. And I need these too. Are there enough of these for me?
Can we do it off picture? Because that's not what's in there for me. So let me show you what we're going to bring you now. We're going to bring you the drill bits. My talkback's just stopped working. There it is. There's no picture.
Oh no.
Just.
What's great about this little drill set, because I have it, is you get, and I think there are 5 or 6 size drills, from 0.8 to 1.
There you go.
That's it.
7. So what you're going to be getting in this one, as you can see, is precision drill bit set. 7 pieces of them in total, and as we said before, this is something that you will get in the Dremel kit, which we do still have some of the Dremel available if you wish to get it. You will get these in the Dremel kit, but as with everything, use and use and use over time, then what will happen is you'll need to refresh them. So we're bringing to you the Precision Drill Bit Set 0.82 3.2 £6.45. I'm with you, Hales.
Okay, so I've figured it out now. So if I'll turn that to the side, even though ideally when you're working at it, you're looking at it front on, but so you can see what I'm doing. So that's unscrew section there. If you're struggling with it, the Dremel tool does come with a little spanner.
Yeah.
You can just loosen it up. But actually you don't need to remove it entirely, and that's where I was going a bit wrong. What I've done is I've removed, we don't have the Flexi-shaft, we've removed that, and you remove the plastic cap from that as well, and any attachment. You slide that into the cup, right, and then that little bit that was, that I was trying to remove is actually, you tighten that up onto the screw section onto your Dremel motor. So you can start by hand, and then you can tighten it, do the final tightening with your spanner.
And remember, the spanner does come with that stand.
And just, sorry about that. Yeah, you want to really, if you're unsure about it, rather spend time getting it right. And there you go, it's locked in. And I'll just make sure that I've got it tight, because you don't want it flying off in any which way. Then I'm going to add my multi-chuck. And there is a little section in there, like a little opening, where you can hold your lock key or lock button and then attach your multi-chuck all the way in, and then you can insert your drill bit. Now the drill, my little tip for inserting a drill bit is, obviously all these attachments have different sizes. What you definitely don't want when you're drilling is you don't want your drill bit to be slightly skew, because what will happen, either it will do that, so you don't get a drill hole, you get a nice scratch. Circle scratch. So when you are opening up the drill chuck, excuse me, I'm just putting my earpiece back in, you need to actually close it up, so it's a little bit smaller than the size of the drill bit. And it's a bit fiddly because we've got holding this and we're holding that and all that kind of thing. But if you gently open it, just a tiny bit until you get it to the size where it allows the drill bit to go in. There you go, you slide it up, and you don't want to have the textured section of the drill bit touching on the inside of the tool. There you go, it's clicked in place. It's the smooth section, because otherwise it's damaging this and that. Okay, perfect. So then you just want to make sure that this is all nice and firm and it's not moving around too much. There is also the other attachment that tightens it up on this side here. Then we're going to, I would absolutely recommend that you have a little bit of a wooden block underneath it. And you can actually adjust the drill on here to whatever level you want. Great. Test it before you get it on so that it actually goes down to where you want it to go. Okay, I can see it's going to go there. And then what you want to do, let me just make sure that everything's tightened in. We want to prepare the metal. So as with the burrs that we had before, we don't want to just drill onto there because it might slide around. So you might need to make a marker, and you can do this with a center punch. And I've made, there we go, center punch. I'm going to drill a hole onto there. And you can get a jobbing hammer or a hammer that you use on your other punches so that you don't damage the surface. We have got the metal block on its way. And it's onto that little marker that you actually drill down into. Okay. So before we do that, we're going to use our lube onto this.
We have still got some of this available, I think. So this is really important bit. So we see how that's used.
Okay. Don't know if you can quite see that on. There we go. So I'm just basically pushing the drill into that.
Did you see that? So that's how you use the lubricant that we brought to you earlier on. It is still available if you want it.
Okay, get your goggles on. And then a bit of wood underneath. And now the real important thing is that you line it up first and you keep your hand where you want it to drill into. Okay. I hope it's actually secured. What I would also recommend is that you bolt it down to your table which we haven't done because it's our workbench. There we go, and let's pop it on. Lower it down and keep your hand there, okay? And if it slips out of position, switch it off and realign it. Okay. Slow and steady. Now, what's interesting about that is it's actually not tightened up there enough. So spend more time tightening that up.
The actual chuck section.
Yeah.
On the multi-chuck, which by the way did sell out, I'm afraid to say. You can still get it as part of the Dremel toolkit, which I think is still available.
I don't think it's actually secure on the side, but we'll keep going. I use this in my workshop pretty much every day. Slide it on. I'm just going to use a slightly thinner sheet and have a go on that. We're missing I think it needs a little bit more of securing.
Is this because B. Diddy tried to set it up without the
We'll
instructions?
blame her, shall we?
What is she? Let me just let you know that
did a
it's
great
the
job.
Dremel toolkit, which is currently on your screen. That's the one that came with all of our added extra bits and bobs, you know, all the added extra things. Literally, just because of time, we are going to have to dive on into a break now, but we'll carry on with this demo in a bit. And also, we've got the soldering, etc. coming up for you in a second. So we will head on into a break. We're going to head on back to you in a second.
Yeah.
But for now, let's go into a break and we'll bring more demos after this.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker Studio, Ivy House, Henley Road, Studley, B80 7DU, and make sure you don't forget your customer number. Get making and good luck. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you've found a workshop you would like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button, fill in the required fields, and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. It's easy to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 65,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
Our brand new Get Started with Jewellery Maker page has been created to provide help and guidance for jewellery making newbies. If you need design suggestions, hints and tips, or help with perfecting your jewellery designs, we're here to help. Head over to facebook.com/getstartedwithjm, where our talented in-house designers are happy to answer your jewellery making questions, offer inspiration, and get you started in your jewellery making journey. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
You can watch our Jewellery Maker show every day on our website by clicking the Watch and Buy Online link in the top right-hand corner of our homepage. Here at Jewellery Maker, we're always making improvements to give you a better shopping experience. We've recently upgraded our website to make it more user-friendly and easier to navigate around. We now have the guest checkout function, which allows customers to check out quickly without creating an account. Our homepage now informs you with what's currently live on the show, recently aired items, and today's deal of the day. We've improved our website navigation and added new categories to help customers quickly find the products they want. Our online range is growing fast with over 7,000 products available for you to purchase. And don't miss out on hundreds of brand new clearance lines with more added every week. Happy shopping with Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2, or alternatively you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Welcome back one and all to Jewellery Maker. Your one to own. This wonderful kit is on its way. The Dremel tool is on your screen right now. We found out what the problem was. Essentially, we hadn't tightened this section as well as we should have. So we'll watch that little section now with you for how you use this. You can see how that sliced through beautifully. Hales, thank you so much.
Slowly and firmly.
And look at how perfect that has cut it as well.
Yeah.
Isn't that beautiful?
So the trick is don't jam it, don't go hard and fast, slowly and firmly, and it'll go through. And with a little bit of the lube that helps as well. And bolt it well.
Absolutely. And that is going to be brilliant for the likes of not only this stand, but also with this. I am bringing to you so many goodies today, and this is the 9-piece tool that we're going to be talking about. As I've said, it's demo heavy today. This is everything you need to get started in the wonderful world of soldering. Now, the last show that we did in soldering, we didn't have this available to us because it was sold out. The last show we did, we sold the bits individually for all intensive purposes. You may well already have a butane torch, for example, but for now we have got for you a load of treats and goodies all in one bundle for all intents and purposes. Was it you and me, Kerry, on the Late Show that did soldering the other week with Hales?
Yeah.
It was amazing, wasn't it? It was really, really cool. And we brought so many treats and goodies, but they were all individual. But actually, this is them all in together. So if you want to get started, now is your chance to do it. We have got everything you're going to need in here, and as opposed to going through every single little moment, let's talk a little bit about sort of how we will use them as an overall, but then we will show you in a moment or two. So if we start off with the butane torch, this is what you're going to be using for your firing. As you can see on there, it's very, very useful bit of kit. Let me move this out of the way, Hales. Oh, we should pass that to you to unattach. Thank you. And we are bringing to you the multi-use on the likes of your metal clay and your copper and your silver. There's so much you can use this with. You're then also going to be getting your compound, your acid compound. use it with like a lukewarm water, and it's going to help you create that pickle to help you clean your metal, etc. As well as that, you're going to be getting your flux in here. You're also
Becky's holding it together. It's a bit of chaos going on behind
I'm being
here.
very professional.
Well done,
you're welcome. I've got all the elements you need, including the likes of your flux, your syringe, etc., to help you actually put these pieces together. And then you have almost like your essential safety elements too. Your firing block, for example, the likes of your reverse tweezers as well. The reason I'm brushing over this is because we're going to show you all of this. So, you know, it's just good to know what you're getting. You're also getting your standard tweezers as well. Your extra long tweezers too to help you with your pieces, and the likes of your metal mesh too. You're getting stands, etc. But all of this will be explained as we go through it. This is, for anyone who doesn't know about soldering, a brilliant medium that is such a professional finish. In this hour, we're very much focusing more on copper soldering, etc. The next hour, we're going to be showing you how to set bezels and things like that using silver. But for now, this is a brilliantly comprehensive set, isn't it, Hales?
Yeah, you get everything you need and actually more. The micro torch is brilliant because it's got a lot of safety features on it, which a lot of torches don't have. You're getting your copper tweezers, or tongs rather, which I got when I got my very first kit at university, and I still have them now, and I use them every day. You're going to get all the tweezers that you need, which are absolutely brilliant. The reverse section tweezers are actually not tweezers; they're more like a vise. So essential, and I'll show you how to use those. But you've also got your key ingredients. You've got your solder and the flux in the syringe. You actually get additional flux, which helps the solder way to flow in that container there. And then you get your pickle as well, your pickle solution, which is the chemical that cleans the surface of the metal once it's been soldered or annealed. Plus, the really big bonus on this is that you get the stand that you get with it. Now, to be honest, the stand is actually more of an advanced, well, it's not necessarily advanced, but it's something that, it's a real bonus that you wouldn't necessarily expect to get in the kit. You would go off and buy it extra because it's really quite snazzy. It's quite a luxury piece when it comes to soldering.
And we will explain all of these as you go on. Obviously, these are your legs for it, but as I say, we will talk about it more as we go on. To start off on something that creates really high-end jewellery, and obviously for anyone who's not seen solder before, it is a high-grade, high-level finish, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah, well, so it's not necessarily that. It's more a case of this is making your sterling silver piece a solid piece. And this is how it's done on a professional level, on an industrial level. Since the time began, this is how people... It's used on gold as well. Obviously not silver solder is used on gold, you use gold solder. But the same process and technique is used, and it's an ancient technique. We just, you know, we've adapted it in modern ways.
It really is a brilliant medium. You're just going to love it. It's alchemy meets artistry, and that on screen is your should be price. Which, let's face it, to start a medium as we are, that's a really good deal. But we are going to go under 100. For your Euro Tool basic soldering kit, £99.95. It is an absolutely all-encompassing element that we've got here for you. And we are going to be focusing more on copper in this hour. We're going on to your higher precious metals in the next hour. But all of the techniques that you will learn in both of these hours, you can switch and swap over. I've got copper sheets and things coming up for you as well in a little bit. There's over 20 of you with it in your baskets. I've got, I think it was just shy of 80 I had on these from memory. So if you did miss out last time, now is your chance to grab it. So Hayley, we've got so many different tools and gadgets in here. I suppose we want to see how to use them. And remember, if you've got any questions, just text us in. Maybe you've got questions about the Dremel, maybe you've got questions about copper, maybe you've got questions about silver. Do feel free to get in touch, and we will we'll try and help you out whenever we can. Okay, lovely lady, I am with you.
All right, so to be honest, there's so many things that I was thinking, I can show you to do this and I can show you to do that, and endless. But first things first, what you need to think about is your setup, right? So you've got what I have here is a baking tray. You don't have to have a baking tray, but I put it here so that I'm protecting the surface of the table. And then we've got our solder block. You can use bricks, you can use other, or tiles are quite useful as well. Put your soldering block on top of that. And then what you have is, in your kit, you've also got pickle. So it's a granular solution, and what you do is you add a little bit of that to some water. Now, I have brought into the studio a slow cooker, but we haven't plugged it in because there's so much going on here. It would be health and safety gone mad. But the reason for the slow cooker is pickle, which is a solution that cleans the surface of your metal. It basically works better at a low temperature. So the slow cooker is very useful to put your solution into that, turn it to the low temperature, and then it works more efficiently.
But remember, you do not need to do that.
You don't need to do it.
If you've not got a slow cooker, or you don't want to buy one for 50 quid.
Well, you can use the cheapest one you can buy, or a glass Pyrex type dish, plastic dish, but what you can't do it is mix it into a metal bowl. So no metal, particularly steel bowls, can go anywhere near that. And that is likewise with steel tools. So that is your pickle solution. So prepare that first. To prepare that, what you want to do is put, it does give you the instructions on there, but roughly I would say if you're going to use half a litre of water, you can have about a quarter cup of the solution there, but it doesn't matter if you get it slightly off, it's absolutely fine. So once you've prepared your pickle solution, you have it ready, then what you need to make sure is that you have to hand is your flux. Just have that to hand, because that we put onto our solder join and it tells the solder where to go. You've got your solder syringe. Now, we do actually, there were some questions about this on the social media when we did it last, and this syringe actually comes with flux in it. So flux tells the solder where to go. And so people will ask, well, why do we need additional flux? Because you might do other kinds of soldering. You might bring in the solder pieces
that we're going to do
later. It's an essential element. But also with the solder paste, whilst it's very useful, I'm going to show you a couple of ways how to use it. Setting up for soldering is a little bit fiddly. So even with the syringe, it's a bit fiddly too. And when you do get it lined up and it flows, it leaves a slightly grainy texture compared to the other solder that we do later. So they have their pros and cons, but they all have their uses. And so the flux, we add it when we're using this, and it helps to flow a little bit more. So really, really good to have both the normal flux and the flux that comes in there.
Great stuff. Okay,
so what we also will need is the reverse action tweezers if we're going to prop anything up. So first of all, I'm going to, whatever you're soldering, now I've just quickly cut this piece of copper up. To be honest, I don't know what it is, but I was thinking maybe I'll make a little bail out of it. So I've just cut, with my sheet cutters, an interesting type of bail, okay? So what you want to make sure, no matter what you're making or what you're soldering, that whatever it is, it's flat or the join meets up very well. What I've just done there is I've cut it so it's a little bit irregular. So I'm going to hammer it flat with my nylon or hide hammer.
And that's onto your steel block, which we've got coming up in a bit.
Exactly. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold that up so that it actually meets. Now, another really important thing is that when you're soldering, you have a good join. So I'm using some D-shaped pliers here just to bring the two ends together. But metal will want to bounce up. So what you need to make sure of there is that those two edges are actually touching. And if you think, oh, that looks like they're touching, if you hold it up to the light and it's not quite touching, you need to spend a bit more time on that. So I'm just going to get some more pliers in there and I'm going to squeeze and wiggle. And this is really vitally important. If you don't have a good solder join, it will not work. So preparation is key, and that is true with any kind of metal work. So I'm just going to wiggle that about a little bit more because I can see that there's a big gap there. In fact, I'm going to trim off that little tail so that you can see it a bit better. Okay, beg your pardon.
Whilst you're doing that, let me just tell you, if you wanted those round nose pliers, we did some by themselves, and I've got toolkits and things on the way as well. So if you're thinking, oh, I could do with another set of them, and the chain nose we did by himself before if you wanted them.
Okay, so pinch that together. Now, if you're struggling with the metal, what you can do in terms of the getting it together, because it feels quite hard to manipulate, you can actually anneal it. So what annealing is it's a process of heating up the metal so that it softens, it softens up the particles, yeah, and it means it's more easy to manipulate. So
it's a little bit like when you get into a sauna. Do you know what I mean? You go in, you've just got out of the pool.
It relaxes your muscles, exactly.
That dash to the hot room, you're freezing, you're cold. Norma's looking at you with the glad eye because, you know, your towel's gone a bit see-through. Why? No idea. And then you get into the sauna and
you sound like you speak from personal experience there.
Do you know what? That Norma, she's a nightmare. And you get in and, oh, that's relaxing. A little bit like that, but for metal.
Actually, I've changed my mind on that because I am struggling to get that to a good join, and that just shows you that I wouldn't want to risk doing that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get another piece of sheet.
And what thickness is this? Is that 0.8?
I think it's the 0.5.
Oh, no, 0.5.
Yeah.
I have got some 0.5 copper.
Okay, so we're going to hammer that flat again, and the bigger your sheet, the more heat you're going to need. So I'm going to make that a little bit smaller, so it will make the demo run a bit smoother, hopefully. Flatten this down. Now we will hammer it down with our nylon or hide hammer, and I'll get some wire. So I'll kind of replicate that little S shape that I did earlier on that.
Oh yeah, I love that when you...
Exactly.
Do you remember when Hayley showed us the bristle attachment on the Dremel and how she created that?
Yeah, that little sample. But I'll do it with some copper because you'll see the silver solder against the copper a little bit more. Okay, so with some wire, and I think I've got 1mm gauge wire here, and it just make a little bit of, you can make any pattern you want. You could make a swirly whirly pattern, round pliers, making a bit of an S. There you go. And now we talked about that join, so if I pop that on there, you see how it's not quite flush? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my hammer and I'm going to hammer that down as well, because that needs to connect with
the copper sheet is now on screen. This is a 4x4 and it's a 0.5, which is what we're using. You can drill with this, as we showed you with the Dremel drill before, and also this is what Hales has been cutting out to show you how to solder onto. Let me just remind you, you've got to be careful what type of copper sheet you're working with, in the sense of sometimes you can get ones that maybe have a coating on, etc. This is fit for purpose. And today, for this sheet, which you can get loads of makes out of, if I can just rob off your... Where's that lovely... No.
Oh, this
yeah,
one.
that one.
Yeah.
Thank you, lovely. If I just rob this off you, this is the bit that Hales was talking about a second ago, that she showed us how to create the texture on it, but that just gives you an idea of how much jewellery you can actually get out of a sheet, doesn't it? So yeah, if you do want to grab this, it's only $8.95 and you could get a fair few treats out of that. So yeah, there you go, $8.95.
Fantastic. So there you go. So I've got my two elements together there, and what I want to do now is I want to add my flux. Okay, so the flux in this case, it actually comes with a brush inside here, but it's quite a thick brush, as you will see. So I have brought my own little brush so I can be a little bit more precise with that.
Great.
And you can just trim that down if you wanted to. And this is a gel type flux, thank you.
That's all right.
And so it's actually quite nice and easy to apply, but any flux that you have will be absolutely fine. Now, I'm being quite generous with where I put the flux, and that's absolutely fine. The flux does tell the solder where you want it to go, but it also protects the surface of the metal. So it doesn't matter if you go out of the lines, as you would say in colouring.
Okay, cool.
But then we're going to get our solder. So the syringe solder comes with two nozzles. One is a little bit chunkier, a little bit thicker, and that's the green one. But it comes with this little lid, and it's really important that you keep that lid because it does dry out this stuff.
Okay.
And once it dries out, it's a bit tricky to reuse. So keep the lid on it.
Keep the lid.
Unscrew that, and then you can screw whichever one you choose into position. Now, what I would also say is, when you do reuse these, clean them out after you've used them, because whatever's clogging up there will get it'll harden up and it will be a pain. So I take some really fine wire and I put it in the nozzle and then I actually soak it and then clean it out again.
Cool. Like you would with your silver clay syringe.
Yeah, pretty much the same. So now I'm actually going to put on my face mask because there is, it does give off some fumes. So if you do use this, have a face mask to hand.
And for this bit, just because we were looking for one in the break but we couldn't find one, I'm going to slightly step away, just again for security. But just to let you know, again, what is on screen right now is the half thickness, the half mil sheet, and I will leave you to do that.
Thank you.
But I'll be back once we've finished off with it.
Well, I just realised I've got a bit of application to do, so I'll put my solder in place and then you can go away.
I'll stay here then, shall I?
Because otherwise I'll be breathing like Darth Vader whilst I'm trying to explain that. So, right, so now I'm going to get my solder into position. So sometimes, because it's been used before, it takes a bit of, there you go, it's actually come out quite well. And if you have a little bit of tissue to hand or a little bit of paper next to you, just test it out and get rid of any excess.
Cool. And
it's like a little worm actually when it comes out, but it's quite useful to have a little bit of oomph with it when you're doing it.
Okay.
And then if you have some tweezers to hand, you can actually they can help you to control it as well. So I'm trying to get as close to the edge there as I can. It's really useful, the syringe, for things like earring pins, stud earrings, jump rings, which I'll see if we have time to show you.
I've actually got some stud earrings coming up in a bit with amber in them. I kid you not, last hour I think. Or maybe next hour, I can't remember.
So there we go, you can see it's a little bit worm-like.
Yeah.
Now, knowing how much to put on just comes with time and practice. This will be very obvious because we've got copper with silver solder.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely used. I use it a lot. I use it a lot in sample making and classes, etc. But we'll go with what we have there.
Okay.
And see if we can just nudge it into position.
Remember, these little tweezers do come in that kit as well, which was £140 reduced to $99.95.
They're amazing actually, and you would use these not just for syringe solder but for the solder we're going to have later on as well. All right, so now I'm going to get my mask on.
And this is
this is where you exit, yeah. All right, so tuck that in. All right, so now we get the torch, and on this torch you've got a safety catch at the back. And you've got your ignition over there. So you pull that down first. Make sure that the oxygen hole in the front of the torch is fully open first. That allows the oxygen into the torch and it allows the flame to do what you want it to do. And ignite, and there's a stopper button, beg your pardon, on the side that holds it into position. Now when you solder, you need to heat up the whole piece and guide and conduct that heat all the way around the whole area. There you go, that flame is actually just the paste burning away, and then what you should see is a little bit of the flash of the silver solder. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to take the heat away. Switch off your torch, and that's your job done. Now, ideally, there you go, it's done. So because you can see how that sooty effect that you have there, that's when you put it in the pickle. And you would do that with your copper tongs. And there you go, it's solid. Once it's been in the pickle, that cleans off that. People ask me, how long do you leave it in the pickle for? To be honest, it depends on how strong your pickle solution is or how long you've had it for. But it's usually a few minutes, maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay.
But use your eye to see if it's looking pinkish. It will never be shiny again. It will be a dull kind of cooked salmon pink.
Yeah.
Take it out, and that's when you go through your polishing and cleaning up stages.
Great.
What we didn't use in this demo is actually the stand. So if you wanted to, you could actually prop it up on the stand.
Put yours there.
And it's a little tripod type stand, so you just screw in those legs. The reason why I didn't use it is because the counter's already quite high. It would have been like this. But it's really useful, and the reason why the stand is an extra, almost like a bonus item, is because when you're doing really complex soldering things, getting oxygen generating in and around the piece actually aids your soldering.
Okay.
So you can get in from underneath with your torch on the stand. I'll just push that forward and get the mesh. Can I grab your mesh?
Yeah, of course you can.
I've piled all my stuff on top of that.
Yeah, don't worry. The mesh does come in that kit, which is currently on your screen.
There you go. And that's how you'd work it in. You could actually solder there, or you could actually, now don't touch that with your hands because it might still be warm, place your project on there and you can solder underneath as well. So that's the benefit of that.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, so many versatile things that come in this kit. Yeah, brilliant, really brilliant kit.
It's a beautiful bit of kit, and let me just remind you of some of the pieces that you can do, you know, soldering with. And we were talking about soldering jump rings and things like that, weren't we, with this is really beneficial as well.
Should I show you how to solder a jump ring? Do we have time for that?
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
Go for it, says B.
Let's do that. So it will be, now let me just find in my mess, there we go. Well, I've got these big rings, so they are massive, but what's really important when you're soldering anything, as I've already kind of gone on about, is a good solder joint. So what you need to do, I'm going to get some flush cutters here, is
that Euro tool is still available. There's like 21 people with it in their baskets at the minute. If you do fancy it, do check it out, just because this has been really popular. And we only had 80 or something, didn't we? Yeah.
So what you could do, so that's a giant ring there. If you bring it together, now I've used some flush cutters to get 2 flat ends there, but if you don't have flush cutters, get your file on those ends first.
Ooh, we do have some files.
And you make those nice and flat. Bring the 2 ends together, and you want to have a little bit of an overlapping motion. So basically, go from side to side on either side. And if it really still doesn't join up, what you can then do is get some flat pliers over the top of that. Or if there's a bit of a step, you need to just nudge that down a bit.
Okay.
But ideally, there you go.
You can hear it clicking.
You can hear it clicking, yeah.
Just whilst we are briefly, we'll carry on with this, but we are going to bring the files in. These files, many different shapes and sizes. We see them in so many different mediums. Copper, we see them, copper sheet, we see them with wire work, we see them with perspex, we see them with sterling silver, we see them with even silver clay to a certain extent. Why is this such a great comprehensive set?
First of all, you've got how many pieces in there? 12 pieces. So every one of those files is a different shape. You've got your flat, you've got your triangular, you've got your square, you've got a D-shaped, you've got a round. And I promise you, I use all of them. I use them for getting into corners. If you're filing on the inside of a ring, you need a half round. If you're opening up a tube or a small cut you've been sewing and you've perhaps not sewed perfectly, which none of us do, you get your little round one in. If you've got a corner and you've cut out, you get your triangular one. Honestly, they're used all the time. To be honest, that's a beginner's set. And I don't mean that there's more advanced sets. It's the thing you get when you're a beginner and you have it for a lifetime.
That's brilliant.
It's an essential piece of kit that you will always use.
Bearing all of that in mind, and we're bringing all 12 pieces today for $6.95 only. So if you do fancy grabbing it, absolutely do. Just as a little reminder, this kit is still available for you. It is to get you started and keep you going. Sorry, was that for me, B? Oh, right, sorry. Sorry, I can't... Am I deselected on you? Oh, right, cool. Sorry, I couldn't tell if you were talking to me or not. So we're bringing all of that to you. It's still available. It was £140, reduced on air today, $99.95. There's like 25 in baskets. So if you do want to check it out, just remember, if it's in your basket and just sat there, it's all well and good, but we ain't going to be delivering it to you. So do feel free to check it out, because if you're anything like me, I have, and who was I speaking to the other day? Was it Alison Towery? Maybe. Who accidentally left something in her basket and she was expecting it in delivery.
Oh,
and she was like, hang on, looked on the receipt.
She forgot.
Yeah, it happens. Let's carry on with this demo about soldering with our jump rings.
Yeah, so there we go. I've got my jump ring there. Now, you don't have to have it in the reverse action tweezers, but they're pretty useful. If it's a very small jump ring, the steel from the tweezer actually absorbs too much heat, so don't use that. But if it's a bigger one, for example, this could be the ring shank for later on.
Yes.
So it can be a ring shank as well, or a big jump ring.
Cool.
So I'm holding it with the tweezers. You notice I'm holding only a small section, and most of the steel is not getting in the way of the soldering. I put a little bit of flux on there, and I'm also going to put a little bit of the solder paste on that section as well.
This paste you can't get by itself. It is part of the kit. I do have an alternative later on.
Okay, so you don't want too much solder, because the more you put on, you might get a bit of a blob. You can file that away with your needle files, of course, but you can avoid doing too much filing by putting less solder on.
Okie pokely. So this is where we'll
put our mask on. Thank you for reminding me.
No problem. No problem. I'm just going to walk away again. I'll be back. BRB, don't worry.
All right. Mask on, and I'll get the torch back on again. Now, what I didn't mention about the flame earlier is we really want the sharpest flame for soldering. So I'll quickly talk about that once I get it on. So safety catch on, torches, the ignition's on, and then I put the lock key on there. But if I change the hole on the front, that allows more or less oxygen into it. And that actually changes the size of the flame. So I don't want the softest flame. I want the sharpest flame, which is actually the maximum that hole will open. And then it's heat conduction again. So guide the heat all the way around the whole ring. Let that the fumes burn off, and that's actually the paste. But keep on going. Keep an eye that it's there you go, solder's gone, and take your heat away. So it's super quick when you're doing things like jump rings or anything wire, because it's really delicate. And what I would then suggest, now I'm not going to touch that with my hand because it's obviously hot rather, but if I wanted to do another jump ring onto that, or you've got a charm that you want to do a jump ring onto, you could easily then, or make a chain, connect your next chain link onto that without touching it, obviously line it up, I'm not going to do it straight away, then remove that out the way, place that into position, and then I'll do my next solder link. So you can do a whole load of chain with that as well.
Isn't that just so professional?
Yeah, well that's what soldering can do for you. It can take your jewellery on to the next stage.
That is just wonderful, isn't it? That is 21 still of the kit available in your basket. So if you've got any questions about it, do feel free to get in touch with us and let us know all about it. So just as a brief reminder, all of this is what you are getting. Everything you need to get on your way in soldering. We are going to really focus in on the silver soldering later on. But for anyone who is brand new, what would be a really nice first project would you suggest with this kit?
Ring making, actually.
Lovely.
So if you get some of the thicker wire, 1mm gauge, or even some copper sheet, and you cut it really thinly, long strip, bend it around your ring mandrel, bring it to the size that you want, cut those two edges, whether it's with wire or sheet, and make sure that the two edges are really flush and straight like that. And then wiggle them together, and there you've got your first join, and it's that heat conduction. And that's really the fundamentals of soldering. So if you can make your first ring, that's really satisfying, because people love showing off, you know, this is the ring I made.
Yeah, that's me all over. Well done, every single one of you. So let me just show you again the kind of looks that you can achieve with solder, just in case you've not thought about even soldering jewellery before. And now let me bring to you the flux by itself. Now this is actually an Argentine flux, and this is a different style of flux. The flux we had there is very much like a paste.
Yeah,
we're working with the liquid flux now.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about the liquid flux. How does it differ?
Well, they all do the same thing. They all conduct the solder, and they all protect the surface of the metal. It's just that this is liquid form. Sometimes the gel is useful because it allows you to stick, particularly when we're cutting up little pieces of solder, which we'll do later on. It allows you to stick the solder in place. The liquid flux is super easy to apply. I probably use the liquid flux more than any other flux. You do get another version called borax, which we don't really have here, but any one of them works perfectly well, but I use the liquid flux the most because I'm lazy.
Right, okay.
And because it's the easiest one. You have it there, you don't have to mix it up, you don't have to worry about the consistency. It's ready to go.
It's just sorted.
Yeah. And you just dip your brush in it and you place it onto your join. That's it, really.
And you're sorted.
Yeah.
Something like this will last you a fair old few makes. Obviously, this is referred to as your Argentium, the finest silver, but you can use this on multiple different varieties.
I use it on gold and platinum as well. So it's a multiple metal flux, yeah.
And today, perfect 50ml, ready and raring to go. It is just £4.25, which is such a good price for what it helps you do. And you know, it's very, very easy. Once it's sorted, it's already done and dusted and ready for you. Just store it as you would store any of your other kind of liquid based.
I just want to correct myself there. I don't use it on platinum. You don't put flux on platinum, so that's on white gold.
That's all right, don't worry.
Thank you.
So we've got the opportunity for you to add this to your collection. Loads of you with it in your baskets. I've now, at this point, with all of you who've already checked out, got 67 only. We can use this on copper, we can use this on silver. We will be demoing more with the silver as we get to it in the next hour.
Just on that point.
Go ahead.
Even though the solder that we've got coming up later on is, we were referring to the silver solder. The silver in the paste is also silver solder. There's silver granules in there, whereas we're going to use silver sheet later on.
Now let's talk about this pickle sorry piece. It's literally just fallen
They've got a little
out.
tendency of popping out your ear, don't they?
Being poorly behaved today. Let me bring to you your pickling powder now. This is, again, similar to what we've got in here, but a different variety. So tell us a little bit about this one.
So basically you can buy it separately. You can't really do soldering without, well you can, but the reason why we have to pickle sterling silver is because it goes black, as there's that sample that I made earlier. We would then take away that by pickling it. But also when we come to sterling silver has copper in it. So it's 925, which is 925 parts is silver, the remaining 75 parts out of 1,000 is copper. And that copper blackens, as you can see there, but also in the sterling silver, it blackens on the inside of the metal. And every time we clean it in the pickle solution, which we do after annealing and soldering, it's cleaning away that black off that copper. If we don't do that and we keep on heating it up, which we have to do sometimes, that black stain will get darker and darker and it results in something called fire stain, which is the bane of a jeweler's life. It's a little grey hue that sits underneath the surface of the metal and you can have the most beautiful piece, but that you'll notice that.
You notice it.
And the more you polish it, you can sometimes polish it away, but sometimes it just becomes brighter and brighter and brighter. So pickling is essential, and this little package is perfect because it's a nice compact little one. It's you don't need to buy the whole kit for it, and you can use it on any metal as well.
And again, silver clay we can use with this. $7.95. So how would we make this up if I'm getting home, you know, I want to make something up really nice and quickly with this, and how long can I store it for? I know is another big question.
Well, it's a good question. So the instructions there, it says 1 tablespoon of pickle into 200 ml of warm to hot water. So there they're saying again, works more efficiently with warm hot or hot water. Hence
we're not talking boiling here,
no.
obviously.
In fact, the slow cooker, if you do use one, you don't want it on the hottest temperature because it actually crystallizes and evaporates. If you don't have that, you just have a hot water from the tap. Absolutely fine. But you ask how long do you leave it in and how long do you keep it for? So you leave your project in for a few minutes, but you've got to use your eye to see if it's becoming clean. It's actually okay if there's still a few slightly brownish marks on there because often they rub clean. Or if you get some tissue paper, dry it off. But always dry your project, particularly if you're going to use any steel tools because you don't want them to rust. How long you keep your pickle solution for is really depends on how much you've been using it. So it will eventually start to go a slightly bluish colour and that's the copper in there that's giving it that blue colour. And you know that it's starting to wear out, but it still works perfectly fine. Keep it in there, and then when you just think it's just not doing the job, that's when you clean it out. And you keep it in your container, but keep it cool. You don't keep your slow cooker on. You keep it cool, switch it off, and cover it up so that the dog doesn't go and, you know, drink it or anything like that.
So, for example, obviously, you know, if you've not got your slow cooker, you want to keep it low cost, you just want to try it out.
Yeah.
You could keep it in like a glass jar or glass container.
Yeah. In fact, a lot of jewellers do actually have a little jar next to them on their workbench. Yeah. And they just dip it in there, and it's cool.
And I think this is the cool thing about this, that is, you know, nice to know. You don't just use a bit of it once on one pendant and then you have to chuck it away. So again, it's great. Yes, let's do it. Okay, we are going to be bringing to you some more demonstrations right now, and this is all about how we can add into our designs a little bit of shaping and texturing. It is yours, Star Vi. We're bringing to you now the diamond punch and block.
Oh, this is a good one.
Now this is a comprehensive one, to say the least.
Yeah.
And this is a very, very useful bit of kit that can help you create shaping, texture, design in your pieces of jewellery. Now, as you're looking at this picture, you'll be able to see there's different sort of tools, dabbers, etc. So let's talk about the block that looks a bit like a dice first off, shall we?
Yeah.
This is not for sort of hardcore games of Dungeons and Dragons. This is something which you will use to actually help create curvatures in your metal pieces. And you can see that here actually. So this is in copper, but you can do it in silver as well. And depending on the size of the sort of concave section within that dice looking piece will depend on how large or small the piece will be and how large or small it will bend, etc. You also will see on there that you're getting the wooden blocks as well. We are just looking for these at the minute, which we might be able to show you in a second. And those ones, again, helping you create with the dappers as well in the side.
The word I think is the stand.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. So you're placing the dappers within those. So the dappers are what's kind of at the bottom, and these are domed metal pieces that are a little bit like ball peen ends, aren't they, on certain hammers?
That's exactly what they're like. Yeah, they are. What's brilliant about this is that you've got 13. Well, it will be 11
pins, right, yeah.
And each of them has a different size curved dome. And you place that into the actual block, the thing that looks like a dice. And you use the corresponding pin into the corresponding hole. And then you use a hammer that you gently tap the back of the pin, and it will give you a curve. Now, it's really important that, let's say you've got a piece of copper sheet and you want to curve it. Make sure that that copper sheet that you've cut out isn't bigger than the size of the hole on the dice item, because you will get markings around the edge or the underside of the metal. So go smaller, and then you gently tap, and I tend to use a jobbing hammer, so not one of my good hammers, because it's like hitting your letter punches.
Yes.
And you gently tap it at the same time as moving the tool, and I'll show you. See, this is one that I have from another kit, but it's the same thing. So you place that into the curved section of the block, and with your hammer you would gently tap it round like that. So you're actually allowing this tool to burnish and push the metal all the way along the inside concave section on that big square, and that's what's giving you the domed effect. And yeah, you can actually go really large, or you can so create a big piece, or you can go really delicate, and you can actually get two pieces that you've done and you bring them together, sand the two down so that the two ends meet, and you can solder that together and you get what you call a, well, it's like a lentil bead.
Oh, that sounds beautiful.
Yeah.
I've not seen that before. So it's a really fabulous bit of kit for creating that shape, for creating that look. You use it with copper and with your silver. And we have got for you this set here with those individual doming pieces too that you can see in the stand. It has the different sizes there for you. Today, for this wonderful bit of kit, we are rolling it down. Haley's just heard the price, hence the wow. £12.95. What do you think of that price? As someone who's obviously worked with things like this before.
Oh yeah, it's an amazing price, because if you go to some other suppliers, I mean, just think about how much steel is in that.
Yeah.
In that kit there.
Yeah.
Just the steel alone is probably worth that amount of money. So you've got everything is sized out for you, and to be honest, it's the kind of tool set that you will have forever.
It's really brilliant bit
and I'll
of kit.
just show you this little sample.
ahead.
It's not the best sample, and there's another one that's even less the best. But instead of using it in the concave of that block, I've actually just taken the doming punches themselves and hit them onto the sheet metal, and you get these lovely indentations, and that gives you texture. So, and that's when I've taken some of the burrs, the textured burrs, into those. Yeah, it's something that I'm going to experiment with a bit more, actually, because I think there's a lot that can be done with that.
And you'll have done that with the metal block, just stamping them.
Yeah.
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 With the metal, the sheet, that kind of block underneath it.
We have been looking at your metal block and sandbag quite a bit recently. You always use your metal block and your sandbag.
It's in my
and
bag.
you always use them on pretty much every show I've seen you do.
That's true, actually, yeah.
And you always use them in tandem with each other. Why are they so important for you as a jeweller?
It goes down to things like getting a sheet nice and flat, particularly with soldering, getting everything level for that good solder join, work hardening. So actually on this little design here,
I love this piece.
We've got that S shape that's soldered on, but then actually hammered on the top there. I did find it a bit as well, but hammered on the top, you get a little bit of a flattening down, so it can change the shape and the feel of what you're doing as well. You can use it as a shaping tool. The sandbag is essential, because you could just have your steel block on your table and it would damage the table, and it would actually make a heck of a noise as well. So the sandbag is actually got that sandbag was one of the first things I bought here, and I've got quite a lot of them. I've got one for each. I've got 4 workstations in my workshop, and they've all got one of these.
They've all got one of those. Also, I know that people do use the likes of their doming dappers just straight onto the sandbag.
Yes, now that's a really useful thing to do, because you can create curvature. That curve will actually, as you're hammering it, will push the metal up. And the sandbag, it's a bit like, you sit in the sand on the beach and you get a little indent and you wiggle your bottom in there. It gives you a nice curve, so that comfortable seat.
Lovely, yeah.
And that's what's happening with that. You're getting a comfortable seat for your piece of metal in there. And actually it encourages it to curve up even more.
Brilliant.
So it's creating, and if you're doing something like trying to raise a bowl, there's a lot more that you need to it, but that's a good way to get started on it. So if you've got a nice big piece of copper sheet, have a good go with that, and it gives you natural curve. And actually, if you want to do undulations, I mean, it's a little bit irregular because you have, it takes a bit of practice, but you could do different shapes with your metal by pushing the sand in different curves and dips, and
we have got for you the round sandbag here, and this is a sturdy bit of kit.
Oh yeah.
You have made jewellery a lot before, you have sold jewellery a lot before. Why did you opt for our sandbag? What do you like about this as a jeweller?
I'll tell you why, because it's so expensive everywhere else.
Right, I love that. Honest reason.
Honestly,
why not?
I saw that you had them here, because I have looked for these, and actually I know other people who have actually made them themselves out of lesser quality fabric. So this is suede, it's a heavy duty leather suede. You can make them yourself, but it's a hard job. You've got to go to the beach, you've got to collect the sand, you've got to do some sewing with some double stitch there.
Yeah.
Then you've got to fill it up. I mean, really, if you go and get this somewhere else, I promise you, and it'll be at least double, if not 3 times the price.
The price of it is today just $4.95 only.
Yeah, I think it will be 3 times the price of it, if not more.
And it is genuinely not just for what we're showing you here today, but to create those sort of shapes, etc. It is a wonderful bit of kit. And also, this is what you will hammer onto when you are using your metal block, because it does hamper the sound.
Yeah, it really does. And
quite
also the
significantly.
vibration as well.
Ah,
So,
that's a good point.
Yeah.
So why is that going to be important?
Well, you don't want it kind of bouncing up. So if you're doing letter punching and that type of thing, you don't want it to bounce up and then give you a shadowed letter.
Yes.
So if you tap it and then it bounces, you might get a double eye.
Yeah.
So this will help to prevent the noise and the bounce.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
So we have got the metal block that we'll bring to you now, and for you, we saw you with the Dremel before holding and using the metal block. We've seen you stamping with the metal block. We see you use it again often. What do you love about the metal block? Why is it so useful for you?
All of those things. We really need steel in our profession, in our hobby, because it's like the bangle mandrels. That's
Yes,
essentially
that we
a
did
flat
before.
bangle mandrel.
Great.
So if you've made a ring and you've formed it around your mandrel, but it's gone a bit wavy, you pop it onto there, you hammer it down with your hide or leather nylon hammer, and it will give you a nice flat effect.
Got you.
If you want to add hammer texture to your ring, you pop it on there and you use your ball peen of your hammer onto there, and that's what you get.
Perfect.
There's so many uses for it. Every day I use it. I use it to, if I've cut some sheet metal, as I think you saw me do earlier, you get a bit of irregularity, hammer it down,
Hammer
so
it
it's nice
down.
and flat. Yeah.
Bringing it to you today, the steel block for just £9.95 usually.
Oh.
But we're live on air. It's still the trade weekend. Tools of the trade weekend. Let me bring it to you at an on-air discount deal, just £7.95. You will use this a lot. My wonderful producer, as you may or may not know, has a business whereby she personalises jewellery and sells them on. The steel block will be what you are using to personalise with. The steel block is also very, very useful for when you are creating textures. It is very, very useful for when you need anything to give a little bit of oomph back, because trust me on this, if you try and hammer I don't know, let's say a circular shape into a ring, and you've not got a ring mandrel or whatever it might be, that's not going to work. You're not just going to be able to hammer it onto, I don't know, your wooden chopping board. It's not going to work. Something like this is a must, so grab it whilst you can. And speaking of things that are musts, we've got toolkits. If you are a beginner, this is a very, very useful bit of kit. Oh, actually, I did promise you that beginner's book as well, didn't I? Anyway, but yeah, you know, things like this, and let's say, you know, like a hammer, that is a must-have start-off essential kit, isn't it, as a beginner? We will, if we've got it, we can pop it on screen.
Yeah.
Shall we do that? Shall we do that?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Well, it's quite high, wasn't it? I am bringing to you now the toolkit, the comprehensive toolkit. That is something for absolutely everyone. There is something for everyone in this kit. When you start jewellery making, we will give you free genuine gemstones. We will also give you a free DVD, and you get all that with your first order. One thing you don't get that you will need, is tools. These are essential. Doesn't matter what you're into, what kind of makes you're going to be making, you will need these. And this is a brilliant comprehensive pack. We're bringing it to you today with all of these elements, including tweezers in here, scoops in here, little storage boxes, the cutters, your pliers. It's £5.95. I have paid £9.95 or £9.99 actually from a well-known hobbying store just for those three, without a pouch. It just comes in plastic, and that is their basics range. You're getting all of this for £5.95.
Yeah, I paid that for one set of
that won't surprise me. So if you do want to grab it now, be your chance. It's £5.95 for you today. I don't know why I went pirate then, but sometimes it happens. It's weird. Well, we are about to head on into a break, I have just been told. So let me let you know what's coming up. Even more demos on the other side. If you're twiddling your thumbs and you're thinking, what should I get up to in this break? Do not forget you can head on over to Hayley's Jewellery Maker Facebook page. Head on over to mine as well, and also on Instagram if you are on that, on my Rebecca Redican presenter in my stories. I've got a little vote that I'd like you to take part in about some products coming up tomorrow, so feel free to have a nosy at that. Otherwise, make yourself a brew and we'll see you on the other side of this.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker Studio, Ivy House, Henley Road, Studley, B80 7DU, and make sure you don't forget your customer number. Get making and good luck. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you've found a workshop you would like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button, fill in the required fields, and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Our brand new Get Started with Jewellery Maker page has been created to provide help and guidance for jewellery making newbies. If you need design suggestions, hints and tips, or help with perfecting your jewellery designs, we're here to help. Head over to facebook.com/getstartedwithjm, where our talented in-house designers are happy to answer your jewellery making questions, offer inspiration, and get you started in your jewellery making journey. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
You can watch our Jewellery Maker show every day on our website by clicking the Watch and Buy Online link in the top right-hand corner of our homepage. Here at Jewellery Maker, we're always making improvements to give you a better shopping experience. We've recently upgraded our website to make it more user-friendly and easier to navigate around. We now have the guest checkout function, which allows customers to check out quickly without creating an account. Our homepage now informs you with what's currently live on the show, recently aired items, and today's deal of the day. We've improved our website navigation and added new categories to help customers quickly find the products they want. Our online range is growing fast with over 7,000 products available for you to purchase. And don't miss out on hundreds of brand new clearance lines with more added every week. Happy shopping with Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. It's easy to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 65,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs, and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. What a crafting sensation we have had, from that brand new Dremel drill stand to demoing the Dremel, changing all the trucks, giving you the added extras and additions that we don't sell by themselves usually, then going into soldering, talking about copper, talking about how to burnish it up and add all those textures and how to solder those into places and create lots of different additions to designs, and now taking it in essence in almost a different direction with our soldering. And we're going to be bringing to you these as your start buy. These are solid sterling silver, all three of them slightly different in the sort of finessing, for your solder should I say, and we're bringing these silver solder sheets to you in a pack of 3 because you've got the different numbering on them. We are going to be having a demo on this, and to explain more it is time to say again, howdy Hayley!
Howdy!
Oh, the cowboy accent sort of suits you.
Does it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Do you own a cowboy hat?
I do not.
No, well, something to look into. Do I? Yeah, of course I do. Yeah.
I can imagine you actually.
Yeah.
Cowboy hat and a fringe jacket.
Oh, yeah.
Skirt.
You've seen me on a Saturday night then. Perfect.
Ding line dance.
Oh, we should could line dance. We are bringing to you absolutely oodles and oodles more goodies to come, including our metal cutters, which we love and adore. I've got more different metal sheets on the way for you too, and we've got your silver solder sheets here now. So this is perfect for using with the likes of your sterling silver, with the likes of kind of any of your metal to metal silver soldering that you might want to finish. We have got the snips coming up on their way, and we are going to be demoing with these. Now, as I mentioned before, these have got the different numbers on them from 65 to 75.
Indeed they do. So what that means is the different melting points. So what we have is silver solder sheet. It does have silver in it, but it's actually mixed with some other alloys, most commonly zinc. And that actually allows the solder to flow. So if you try to solder with silver itself, it wouldn't flow. It would ball up and potentially melt the surface. So the addition of the zinc actually helps it to flow. Now, you might be able to just see that that's maybe you won't see it on screen, but that's a slightly yellowish hue. And sterling silver, if I bring that closer,
you can see that. Yeah.
It's a little bit whiter.
Purer white, yeah.
So that's how you can tell the difference. But it's got sterling silver in it. So, and that's true of all silver solder sheet. The different numbers are the different melting points. So it does vary from product to product, but on average, it's about, so what's the highest number we have there?
75.
So that's 750 degrees. So that's your hard solder. The 70 is 700 degrees, which is your medium solder, and your 65 is your 650 degrees, which is your easy. The temperature melting points vary a little bit from different brands, but actually it's all in the general area. So it's quite hot, and it just tells you how hot that torch goes. The melting point of sterling silver is in the range of just over 900 degrees.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So we will show you how we are going to use these, and again it gives you the most professional looking of finishes. We have got for you all 3 of the sheets today for just £19.95. The thing that baffled me the first time I saw you using this was just because I'm used to seeing, you know, metal sheets of this size and copper sheets of this size, and I thought, blimey, that's not going to go very far.
No.
You use tiny little bits, don't you?
Yeah.
Tiny little bits, and we will show you how to use that in a bit. Hey up, Susan, how are you? I've got Sarah in, Brenda, I've got Kathleen in. How was your Val Day, Tracy? Hope you had a nice one. Gertrude's in with us. Gillian, Karen, Meg, hi Sue, Denise, Linda, Candy. I've got collectors from Wiltshire, collector from Essex, collector from North Yorkshire in as well on this one, and loads of you have it in your basket. I will show you how to use this in a moment or two. And whilst you're there, let me just remind you, we have made Hayley teach us so much in today's show. I cannot encourage you enough to wait for the end of the show and then watch it back at your leisure on YouTube. And I will say, if you are going to watch it back at leisure on YouTube, a little piece of advice is, if you watch it at some point in the next, well, before 8 AM, all the price discounts that we do, we still honour, obviously, but sometimes you watch YouTube back and you go, oh right, yeah, I was just typing the code for that on Jewellery Maker, and sometimes it will have sold out and sometimes the price will have gone back up and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
So just as a hint. But just to let you know, we did a really comprehensive soldering beginners pack earlier on. It is still available, and these, if you buy this, you can still work with these as an addition, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely. The flux is used in all areas. The different types of fluxes can be used on both the paste and the sheet. The pickle is universal. All the tools are universal. Yeah, it's just an addition to your kit. To be honest, I use the solder sheet a lot more than the paste, but there are tricky things that I use the paste for as well.
Perfect.
So, yeah.
So we're bringing these 3 sheets at $19.95 today. Yeah, cool. So they're not all in together though, are they? I've just dropped one. So let me bring to you. Because basically what we're going to be showing to you today is we're going to be showing you how you will create a fully fledged piece of silver jewellery using a soldering technique. And what we're going to start by bringing to you is perfect for your sort of rub over setting stones, solid sterling silver pendant bail. And this is actually, I'm going to hand these ones to you if these are the ones to demo with.
Yeah.
You're getting 3 of them. We'll bring these ones on air right now because we're going to show you how you can turn these into a ring, which you could fill in with whatever you set your mind to. We will talk more about these because I have got the kits that you can use to help sort of brush these over. I know that we have the metal pusher and things on the show today. But this is something which, if you're not putting gemstones in the centre, you can use with the likes of your cerulean. You can use even with the likes of resins. Or, you know, we launched that new Dremel glue gun for you earlier on.
I was thinking
that too. Yeah? You could use something like that with it too. We're bringing to you all 3 of these today. And we have got them for you at $9.95. This is what we're going to be demoing with to do rings. Well, actually, Hales, it's up to you. Do you want to demo it with those ones or the slightly larger ones? Are they going to be a bit easier to see?
The smaller one is better.
Yeah, no. Well, I'll hand those ones to you now. And we'll bring the other ones to you in a little bit, but we'll start on the demo now. So, what are we going to be learning in this bit, please? Lovely Hayley.
So, what we'll do is, I made that little ring earlier, actually. So that is your ring good to go. You make your ring, you solder it with a good join.
And we showed you how to make that in the previous hour.
Yeah. So then what we've got is this bezel cup. Now, we're going to solder these 2 together and make a little bezel ring. What you can actually do, and I did this with these bezel cups before, because we're not selling the gems, but you might want to keep them for the gems or put other materials in. But actually they're quite funky when you actually, I made a mistake with one once and I hammered it down too flat, or I pushed it down incorrectly, and I actually then hammer textured it and it became a perfect hammered disc.
That's cool.
So you can use it in that way as well.
That's cool.
But we'll use them as they intended, and so you want to get rid of the little loop that's on there.
Remember, I've brought you a beginner's toolkit that just has cutters in if you want that. Go to jewellerymaker.com or ask the call centre.
So even if you're using flush cutters, you still get a little bit of a bumpy bit there. So you can use your needle file just to flatten that down.
I have brought you the needle file pack today as well. If you did want to get it, you're getting the 12 pieces of those ones. On your file set, the code on it was XNBD69. That's XNBD69 if you want to grab those 12 needles.
What you'll notice is that when I'm filing, I'm actually going in one direction only, and that's filing. It's the teeth on a file are actually going away from the handle, so I'm going against. I'm going with the teeth, and that's how it's intended. If you go backwards and forwards, it's a little bit counterproductive.
Okay, I see.
So there, I've smoothed it down a little bit, and I've got a nice flat section there. But what I don't have here is a nice flat section on that, because as I've gone on about quite a lot lately, is you need a good join. So that would probably work okay, but what I want to do is file that down a little bit. So if I just use a flat file, and you can use your needle file or a bigger file.
And you do have the flat files in here. In fact, you've got 2 of them on these ones as well. These are coming in at the bottom of your screen, but you'll use one of these 2 preferably.
And what you'll see is I'm actually filing at the section where I've got that solder join. So you can actually, we're then going to solder over where that solder join was before. It's absolutely fine. And we're going to do it upside down. Okay, so using your reverse action tweezer,
which you get in the beginner's pack.
Yeah, pinching your ring with that. Now the trickiest bit is lining it up, and what you ideally want to avoid is having too much of the steel metal in the whole system, because that steel is it has a higher melting temperature, which is a good thing in this case, but it also absorbs some of the heat that we need. So it's out the way, and it's only pinching a small amount. Lining things up is really can take a bit of time. So make sure it's centered, and make sure it's where you want it to be. Put your head over the top of it, look at it from the side, make sure it's all lined up. And then what we need is some flux. So we need some of the liquid yellow flux, and I've got one here. I've got a tub that I've used earlier.
Remember, we did the liquid flux earlier on for you. It is still available if you want it. It's the liquid flux we're using here.
So a little bit on the brush, and you can be a little bit free with that. You can see it just spills into place.
And you haven't had to mix that or anything, which is brilliant.
Really excellent. And then I'm going to prepare my solder. Now, before I do that, I'm actually going to dry out the flux, because when I place my solder, what can happen, because that's liquid flux, as soon as I bring heat to it, it actually starts to bubble up. And if I put the solder in position first, it actually, if it bubbles, it can move the solder out of place. So with a gentle flame, I'm going to use my torch. I'm going to...
And just to let you know, the torch, I think we've got by itself in a minute.
There we go. So a nice gentle flame, just drying off the flux. So I don't know if you can see how it's...
oh yeah, it's bubbling.
Yeah, it's bubbling.
Ooh,
so it's
ooh,
removing...
ooh.
I'm not putting a heavy duty flame, and you can see it's gone a little bit white and crusty.
Definitely.
So switch your torch off and pop that to the side. Now I'm going to cut my solder. Okay. So to cut the solder pallions, I'm using my tin snips or sheet cutters.
And I've got those tin snips for you now. So why do you use tin snips and not, say, a saw?
Well, a saw is more time consuming, and we don't need to be that precise with it. And these are really quick and easy to use.
And so these ones are coming on your screen. I've only got a few of them, but grab them whilst you can.
So what I've done, and I'll show you, this is the panel that I've used before, is I've actually cut, with my snips, I've cut a little, almost like a little tassel skirt on her.
Lovely, yeah.
Yeah, and then we cut across. And when I'm cutting across, I don't want to cut too big, because what this is allowing me to do is cutting small little pieces. We call these pieces pallions. And I don't know if you saw that I've caught them with my fingertip there.
Yeah.
Okay, so they just fall onto the side where I'm working. And what you really want to make sure of, those are very valuable. So keep all your cut up pieces in a little container and label up your containers, easy, medium and hard, so that you don't get confused between one and the other. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to place my solder into position. So I've got my my brush to hand, and I've actually got a little bowl of water just here, and I'm dipping my brush in the water.
Yeah.
And what that's doing is it's actually it's making a little bit of a bonder, or it's not a glue, but it's allowing me to pick up my solder. Yeah. There you go. And then I can brush that into position. Now, some people will prefer to use tweezers, and that's absolutely fine. So I'm putting one solder piece on my side of the ring band, and I'm going to put one on the other side, so on the camera-facing side. And
so almost like the ring shank is the filling of a sandwich.
A bit like that, yeah. And the reason for that is, I mean, I could probably get away with one piece of solder, but it's a ring, it's going to get bashed about a lot. I want it to be a strong join.
Yeah, yeah.
What's important there is that on any solder join, the solder is touching the two parts that are getting soldered together. So I've nudged that piece of solder into the groove where the ring meets the cup itself. So that's vitally important, and then I'm going to bring my heat into play now.
And if you do want the blowtorch, the micro flame butane torch, this is what you're going to be using at the moment. Don't forget, we did one in the beginner's pack for you, and this is the type of one that you can use on multiple different mediums. But also it's really cool because whenever I first saw this, and I've never told you this before, but when I first saw these, I thought, how on earth are you know, what kind of DIY store am I going to have to go into a really niche section of to be able to fill this up? But actually it is just butane that you can get from a garage, news agents.
Yeah, it's the cigarette counter at the supermarket or the garage. And it's, as you said, it's super convenient because if you're doing a job on the weekend or a commission and you run out of gas, you know, just pop down the corner
nip down the shops, and it is a couple of quid as well, just to let you know.
Yeah, it's really good. Okay, so I wonder, is it possible to dim the lights a bit?
Yes, I'm sure it is.
You'll see the light, the flame a bit better.
Yeah, so Worker Bee Bruce will get on dimming the lights for you.
Sorry,
one moment, please. There we go. Don't adjust
Perfect.
your telly.
Excellent.
There you go.
Okay, so we need our soldering flame on.
That's fine. That's dark enough, Bruce.
That's fantastic. Okay, so back onto the heat conduction. We need to conduct all of that metal at the same time.
Okay.
We do not just focus in on the join. The tricky thing is we need to make sure that one part is not getting hotter than the other at any one time. So keep an eye. Now I'm bringing some heat onto the tweezers because they're absorbing some of that temperature. Then I'm going down onto the ring. Now if you can see that there's moisture there, just allow that. If you're
sort of bubbling a bit.
It does bubble. So your solder might move out of position. Just nudge it into place and allow that bubbling to just kind of dissipate by bringing your torch around the general area.
Okay.
And then you can go onto the main body. Bringing it around the ring as well and onto the cup. And keeping an eye that nothing's getting too hot too soon. I've got the sharpest, there you go. Don't know if you saw that. That's that lovely flash. As soon as you get that, take the heat away, switch your torch off, and then you've got your piece. Now you don't touch that because it will be hot. Use your reverse action tweezers, open them up, and there you've got your ring. So lights can go back on.
Isn't that brilliant?
And then you've got that. Now you can do that with a charm as well. Let's say you've got a little flower charm or a bumblebee charm or what have you. Snip the little ring off the top. You've got a little stacker ring.
Isn't that just a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant medium? I'm just slightly obsessed with it, and I'm sure you are too. I have got 26 of the soldering kits available now, only 26 available. And just as a very brief overview, you get everything you need and possibly more, not only to get you started, but to continue your journey, including the likes of the stand, including the likes of your flux, your brick, your reverse tweezers, the everything, your mesh, everything your pickle, everything and more. It should be 140 quid today though, because it's live on air. It's only $99.95. Just as a little reminder, we use the added extras that were just available to you, so you can use those too if you so wish. We are going to bring some more bezels now, if we may. And And I'm going to take up the size slightly now, if I might. Now, Hales, when you brought these to us, you showed us how you can encapsulate stones within these. What is it about these that made you want to bring these to us here at Jewellery Maker?
Well, I do stone setting quite a lot, and you can actually make your own bezel cups. But it's a long-winded process. You've got to cut the strip, you've got to solder it onto the base, etc., etc. These are done for you. So half the work's done for you, and then what you can do is focus on the stone setting itself.
Yeah.
So what our team have done is they've beautifully coordinated. Although we don't have any of the cabochons today, but many of you would have bought some in the past. They've got these preset cups and standard sizes, and you can go and get cabochons to go into those cups.
And I have actually got some amber ones that are just that coming up in a bit if you want amber, but these are a set size that you can do loads of different things with.
Yeah, and as you said earlier, they're not just for stone setting, they can be used for any other medium. You could actually put your PMC into there, your precious metal clay. You could actually put acrylic into that, polymer clay. You could put resin into it, glass into it. So it's a really, really brilliant, versatile finding, essentially.
Yeah.
And absolutely something that you could do a lot with. And I can see that you've got a lovely tool setting, a stone setting kit there as well.
Yeah.
And that is really useful to use with this, because with cabochon setting, it's kind of like the first stage stone setting that you would ever do. So whenever you teach stone setting, or I teach stone setting, or wherever I've done it in the past, you do it in different, it's something that you progress through. Cabochon setting is the first stage.
Great.
Flush setting is probably along the second stage. So we're really starting to build up with these lovely techniques now, aren't we? Yeah.
It is brilliant. Oh, do we not have this? From out of our boxes.
Oh no.
I got it out of our hour. It was next to the beginner's jewellery kit.
Uh-oh, we're not allowed to sell that.
Oh well. It was in our box. Yeah, you know that pink jewellery kit that I brought that was at the top of our hour? This was literally in the box next to it. Peculiar. But anyway, we'll get on to that in a bit. For you now, though, you can see these ones are slightly larger if you've got the smaller ones that I brought to you before. Those are the smaller ones. So what you could do is maybe ring, earrings, and then pendant?
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah.
That could work pretty well, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. So yeah, that is something that we could do with these relatively easily. Bringing you the 15mm size now. £9.95 because there's even more silver in them. So if someone's just made this beautiful ring, what would be the next step with it?
I actually think if you were going to do stone setting, I would possibly use a little bit of glue in there. It's absolutely fine with cabochon setting. Of course. And then using your stone setting tool as a square pusher, pushing the metal around it, and then the burnisher to polish up the sides.
Got you.
But what you could also do is you could pop your band now packed away. There it is, my ring mandrel.
Yeah.
Pop that onto your ring mandrel, and you could use your ball peen hammer and hammer onto there, and you could get a textured
nice idea
ring band or shank.
Lovely.
So yes, there's lots that you can continue to do with that.
Perfect.
Really.
We do have the square pusher. I saw it a minute or two ago. You're an absolute love. So this is the tool you were chatting about.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about this tool, please.
Right. So what this tool does is it's an essential cabochon setting tool. It basically, the flat polished side there, the square side, i.e. that's what gives it its name, the square pusher. You push it against the side of your bezel cup when the stone is in position, and you rock and roll basically. You push it in and you rock it over. And there's a little rule that we do with stone setting, is it's in opposite. So if I push on that side, I then rotate my setting and I'll push on that side as well. So north, south, east or west, or whatever it is direction you're going in, go in the opposite direction to that. And you'll work your way around in those opposites, and then you work in the middle opposites, so north, northeast, south, southwest, etc. And you work all the way around, and you can actually also then go rock it from side to side. Once that's actually pinching the stone, The next thing you'll need to do is get in your burnisher and polish it up. But yeah, really, really approachable, friendly stone setting technique that pretty much everybody can do.
Is that the type of technique you do with these?
Yeah, yeah. Now, what you need to take into consideration is...
This is the amber one.
The different...
Which I'll talk to you about in a second. The square pusher, sorry, is what's on screen right now. And your price point on this bit of kit. It's only $2.95.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, yeah, so you'll use the square pusher on something like these amber ones then, you were saying.
What's good about that is it's got a really ergonomic handle, so you can see that that fits into the palm of your hand, and you can use the full force of your hand to really push. That's where all the power is coming from. But what I was also mentioning is that cabochons, or any stone that we get, is they cut by hand, so you get different curvatures on your stones. So some of them will be more upright, so they require less pushing, and some of them will be very curved, so they require more pushing.
Okay.
So the ones with less curvature, definitely put some glue in those ones, because they're not as well held in with the metal. But I mean, that applies to all types of settings, really. If you've got an irregular shaped stone, you might want to put a little bit of glue underneath it as well.
I see. Okay, perfect. Cool. So that is your square pusher. Thank you very much. Well done.
Oh yes, we like that.
Let's dive on into the apron now. I think these amber ones are coming up for you in a little bit. So that's what you'd use with the square pusher. Let me bring to you the apron now, and I know that you are a big fan of this. We ended up going, oh, do you like on pottery throwdown? Oh yeah, wasn't that amazing? Because this is the actual one that we've seen on Great British Pottery Throwdown. Tell us a little bit about this amazing apron, please.
Well, what's really cool, it just looks pretty stylish, first of all. It's really, really thick, heavy-duty leather. So what's good about that is if you're soldering at your workbench and you drop something on your lap and you've got the apron actually there protecting your lap, it's protecting your lap. You can use that. So also, it's got a little pouch on there so you can store things in there. What's another thing, it's got this, it's almost like braces at the back. So it's super comfy, and it actually, I don't know if you've ever found, you have an apron and it ties around the neck. It's like a bikini that ties around the neck. Doesn't it strangle your neck?
No, it sticks in.
Insane.
Yeah.
So the aprons do that as well. So this, you don't have that problem. You don't have it pulling on your neck.
Because it changes to whatever size you want it to. We are bringing to you your jeweller's leather welding apron, and again, anything where you're working with maybe a heat, as we were saying, they used it with the raku, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
On pottery throwdown.
Yeah. Some serious big kilns, big flame, and they actually had it was on fire, and they dipped it into some sawdust. So that was protecting them from that.
Yeah. So if you're going to be working with anything maybe that has like a flame, then, you know, safety first. And of course, if you're into mixed media, this is great too. It is for you today, your jeweller's leather welding apron. £16.95 for you today. I genuinely think that's incredible, especially as I was chatting to someone the other week, one of my friends who's just started working at just a part-time job at a quite posh sort of hipster restaurant where they wear like little half aprons. Do you know what I mean? Little half aprons just to look kind of cool and cute. And she was saying that they take a £20 deposit for it.
Do they?
Yeah. And you have to make sure it's clean yourself and everything else. But that's just like a little bit, you know, it's not a full-on thing like this. But yeah, it's not cool, that, is it?
No. But that's true, actually, because I've seen them, you're right, in hipster bars and things. And I actually did a whiskey tasting thing, and all the barmen had these kind of aprons on, and they looked really cool, didn't they?
Yeah, very.
Also, you know, the repair shop, or Jay Blade, he always wears an amazing
no idea
leather.
who this is.
Don't you? Look up the repair, you'll love it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's all about upcycling, not upcycling, repairing heirlooms, and there's so much craft.
I don't think I've seen that.
Look it up. It was voted anyway, other than Jewellery Maker, it was voted the best program on television because it's about craft, it's about the skill of craft. It's silversmiths, watchmakers, porcelain, ceramics.
I need to add this one to my to-watch
Our
list.
customers will know what it is.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard of that one.
Oh,
It's not the one where, what's her name, McGee goes round skip picking, and she
Oh,
goes
not
skip
her,
picking,
no,
and
but
then they go and
actually,
upcycle
the guy I
it.
was referring to, Jay, he is in that show.
Yeah.
Anyway, the reason why, he has a similar apron.
Yeah.
His is dark brown, and he looks so stylish.
He's
And
good looking, isn't he?
Yeah.
I can tell. I can tell by your eyes. It's like when you start talking about that guy who went into space and dropped down, and you go a bit all.
Yeah. Anyway, yes, I like a man in an apron.
Well done, everybody. £16.95. Grab it whilst you can. Let me bring to you the last of the round bezels. Now, these are your large round bezels, all of the same stitch as we did before. Solid sterling silver for you. Now, just as a little reminder, I did the small and medium. These are the large and the round. So, this is what we used to make the ring. Obviously, you know, this was a challenge. You do get 3 of them, but obviously we've used a couple. These ones would be great maybe for your earrings, and these ones are lovely for your pendants as a possibility. Pendant size ones now, we've only got 25 of these ones available. Today, your price point for the 3, £9.95. And if you've got, you know, cabochons, or even glass beads that you could make into that size and shape. Or polymer clay is great for this. You know, you get your polymer clay cutter and you cut it out and you dome it over.
You know, Claire does the kiln glass.
Yes.
So you can make your own glass cabochons.
Great.
And you could use those for that.
Great plan.
Yeah.
Only £9.95, and that's for all 3 of them today. It's a really rather good price. So yeah, if you do want those, you can. And they are just £9.95. Well done. And then we've got the oval ones as well. Before I do the amber ones, the ovals. What do you like about these ones, Haley?
They actually remind me of a vintage cameo shape.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Nice, elongated. There's a lot. I think it feels like there's more silver in there. I don't know why, but
yeah. We have got for you that lovely cameo shape. And do you know what? If you're looking at this and you're thinking, oh, Bex, what? You know, I'm quite new. What else can I do with these? Why don't you just pop a little photo at the back?
Yeah.
And you can get glass domes that fit into things like this, or you can fill it with like a resin or even like a clear glue you can build, you know, and that's going to sort of magnify it. You can do loads of easy things with it.
Yeah.
You can also, you know, stamp into it as well if you wanted. We are bringing to you today the solid sterling silver. They're over 2 centimetres by 1.5 centimetres approximately across. And again, just £9.95. It's brilliant to be able to offer these to you, especially as they fit your gemstones in. And can I just show you the type of look it gives to your gemstones too? Let me show you, for example, in this one. I'm going to bring these to you in a second. This is your amber. And these ones are what fit in, but I just want to show you this, and this occurs to all to all of the ones I've brought you already, but that looks absolutely beautiful as is. But if I pop that in there, and that's what you'll use the square pusher on, if I tilt that, look at how much light that brings to it because it's silver. It's incredible, isn't it? So this is where we'd use the square pusher.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So once you've got it into position, if it needs a bit of manipulation, you can actually push the bezel out a little bit with your burnisher or with the back of a tool. And so it splays it out a bit, get your cabochon in, and then you square push it back around the stone.
I get you. So that's where you'd use the square pusher that we brought to you a bit ago, and that's when we do the north, south, east, west bits in between. So you don't really need to use the likes of glue on this if you do not wish. Baltic amber cabochons. I've got 20 now, I've just been told. All 3 you're getting. You don't have to pick your favourite colour. You're getting all 3, and they are just £18.95. So basically, the bezels are £9.95, aren't they? And then you're getting 3 ambers in different colours for £8.95.
It's amazing.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Really
actually,
good.
when you think about it. So if you do fancy grabbing them, then absolutely do. We got some new customers in the last hour or so. Welcome, new people. Thanks for joining us. Hi, I hope you've been enjoying the demos today, and we've had loads and loads and loads of things to sort of keep you smiling and keeping you entertained. Thank you so much for all of your demos thus far.
Yeah.
So yeah, $18.95 on these ones. Literally, oh, that's just logged me out. Literally only a handful of them left for you now. But if you do fancy grabbing it, you know what to do, right? Free phone number at the bottom of your screen if you want to get involved that way. Do the silver solder sheets cut easily, says Pamela?
Yes, that's actually a good question, Pamela. So I know why you've asked that, because some of this, sometimes you buy the sheet in a strip form and it comes quite thick.
Right.
And it's really quite tricky to cut, but this is actually a really thin sheet. So I promise you, it's really easy to cut. Yeah, so it's a good question. And yeah.
Thank you for that, Pamela. And one thing that I will use an extension of that is, we obviously brought these snips to you before. By you saying, oh, it's really easy to cut, that almost makes the bargain hunter side of my brain go, I've got scissors. But you wouldn't suggest using scissors on these?
To be honest, you probably could use scissors on that. Yeah, because it's really quite fine. Yeah, I would say you could use some, not your fancy sewing scissors, but maybe some more heavy duty kitchen scissors or something.
I can't actually bend that though.
No, it's because it's pretty hard stuff, but it's thin. It's thin.
Right, got you. So I hope that helps, Pamela, lovely lady. Let me bring to you now the torch by itself. For those of you who are just tuning in, maybe you just want to give it a go in its rawest form and you don't want to get the full set. I would say, value for money wise, the full set is a great way to do it, but maybe you've already got little odds and ends of, say, flux. You've already got a firing block because maybe you do your silver clay, etc. But you just need, you know, like a new torch or a bit of an upgrade on torch. Then we have got the opportunity here, because this torch is really good because it comes with lots of different features, which is brilliant. We will, actually, you've got your torch there, so we'll talk through how to use it and how to fill it in a second. But for now, as you can read here, it is brilliant for all of those different mediums. It's great that you can use it with your soldering, as we have. You can use it with waxworking, metal sculpting, metal clay, as well as other little crafts. And if I just say to you as well that we will talk to you about sort of the benefits of this, but this is a great one because it comes with extra features, extra safety features, extra features that make it really easy to work with. You know, the fact that it's cordless, the fact that it's got sort of the safety lock on it, and the fact that you can use the precision flame. It's a really brilliant all-round tool that's great for your crafting, your safety, and your creativity. For it today, we're bringing it to you $34.95 only, which for all the added features, this isn't your bog standard basic creme brulee torch, is it? Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's got all these additional features, and you know, when you're soldering, particularly for the first time, it's quite scary.
Yeah.
I mean, and rightly so, you're dealing with fire and gas, so you should have a healthy respect. But what this torch does, it gives you a load of safety features that actually help us with that.
Great, well, I'm with you to see. So
on the back, you've got a little catch that's underneath, that's your ignition button. So underneath that, you can pull that down, so that's now down. And what you do is you make sure before you ignite, there's a little dial here, this here. There's a hole underneath it, and when you align that hole and you can see straight through and it's fully open, then you know that all the oxygen that can go into that torch is going to go in there. And the reason for that is it feeds the flame and it gives you the best possible flame, the hottest flame we can get with this torch. So safety catch down, hole open, ignition, okay? So that's going to give us our flame. There we go. And then on this side here, we've got a stopper button. So if I just let go of the ignition, it goes off. And when I first got this torch, I thought, oh, I can't work this out. But that's what was happening. Okay. And then you put in your hold button, okay? There we go. And now it's in position. On the side here, you've got a little dial. All it does is it makes a slightly smaller flame for more delicate work, or it gives you a slightly bigger flame for more heat. So if you're doing things like jump rings or earring wires, you can go smaller. And then to switch it off, actually before I switch it off, if I want a slightly softer flame, I just lessen the amount of oxygen that's going into that hole, and you get what we call a bushy flame, which is good for annealing. Or if I adjust it back again, you can hear the change and you can see the colour, and the point, and that's just soldering flame. And then to switch it off, push the ignition button, and there you're done.
Isn't that easy peasy lemon squeezy? And it really is nothing to be worried about at all.
No, not at all. No.
It's a brilliant bit of kit. It's only $34.95 today. And as I said, it does come already as part of this all-in-one sort of toolkit that we did before. So if you do want to grab it, then if you do need everything, then I would grab it all together. But if you just want the one tool, then do grab that. I needed to swig and me breathe then, tried to be cash, but we just couldn't. It was just a really big shot, I couldn't hide it. Do you know what? Even we have to have coffees too sometimes.
We've been here for what, 4 hours?
True,
Really?
true.
You need tea in that time,
That's
don't
just
you?
on air. That's just
yeah,
on
that's
air.
true, yeah.
Oh, I've just heard table. Table vise. Yes.
Is it over there?
Yeah, it's right over here. Give me 2 ticks. I'm going to use the power of my brain.
The power of Adam.
It's my brain. Yes, works every time. Thank you, brain. Let me bring to you now your table vise. This is one of those bits of kit that we only started bringing things like this to you about 2.5 years ago. And before that, we would have the same mediums that use this as we do now. Not all of them, but still quite a few. But as soon as we saw guest designers, the likes of Fleur, Spellbinding Laura Binding, even the likes of Alison Tarry, using this, all of a sudden the jewellery from the same beginning pieces, elements, just went to a whole different world. This is one of those bits of kit that I wouldn't necessarily think of, you know, lovely things like my jewellery making when you're starting off and it's all really lovely and dainty. This isn't necessarily that I would think of something that would be useful. But boy, it has multi-uses, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What is your favourite thing about the vise in general?
Well, a vise in general is going to obviously clamp it onto your table or your workbench, and you can use it for example, if I have a ring mandrel and I want to hammer onto the ring mandrel, I can do it holding it into my body. But if I clamp the ring mandrel in there when it's tightly on the bench, I can then have 2 hands free to hold my metal and then hammer my sheet metal.
Great.
I can also use it to pinch things like if I'm going to be doing macrame or plaiting wire, I can clamp it in between that and I can plait it and it's holding it nice and secure. So it's really good for holding, for helping forming, for all sorts of things. And actually this is a really good quality one as well. It swivels round, which they don't all do, and also the jaw of it is actually really well finished, and often they're not that well finished. So there's less damage to tools and to anything that's going in there.
It is a brilliant bit of kit. We're bringing it to you today at £8.95. We see a lot of people using their metal sheet with this.
Yeah.
We see a lot of people, you know, clamping it onto the desk and showing us how you can, as you've just said, you know, hammer onto things like this. It is a really wonderful bit of kit again, and it can help you sort of almost go up another level if you so wish. Could you use something like this? You know, we were talking before about sort of a larger scale pushing of a gem, you know, hold a ring in there and actually...
Yeah, you can do. You just need to be careful that the metal on that isn't going to damage your ring itself.
So that way you put the tape or something similar on.
You can put tape or a little piece of leather or suede in there or fabric. But yeah, that's a perfect way of using it as well. Yeah.
It is only £8.95, which is mind-boggling to me, because when I think of going into DIY shops and I see vices, I swear, you know, the vices you see in the DIY shops, although they're not for jewellery and they must often be quite a bit bigger, but you're looking at £30 worth, aren't you, a lot of the time. But this is a brilliant, I will say, very, very sturdy, very weighty bit of kit, and it is just £8.95 today. And this is what you can use with your copper sheets, remember. So if you you know, if you need to hold your metal sheets in place, I've seen people using this to hold your metal sheets, etc. in place, then you can let's bring... Ooh! Now, this DVD is the one that you've used with your copper sheets.
Yeah.
Let me show you.
What's brilliant about this DVD, it's quite fashiony.
Totally agree.
And it's actually for those who don't feel ready to solder yet. But you could actually bring your soldering techniques into this. But it's a non-solder hinged earring.
All you're going to need, really, for the basics is your normal standard toolkit, which I've had today, the likes of your tin snips, which I've had today, and some of your copper sheets. You use the 0.5 in this one quite often, don't you?
Yeah,
which is this one here.
Yeah.
We'll do that for you in a bit. But you are getting a really wonderful, comprehensive collection here of designs that, as you said, are very fashion, are very saleable as well.
Easy to wear.
Yeah. And these are some of the snippets from the DVD that you're seeing here. We're bringing to you around about an hour's worth in length. See, those are the tin snips that we brought you before. Around about an hour's worth in length on this one. And today we're bringing them to you for £4.95 only. And we don't just talk about metal sheets in here, it's also sort of thickened wire as well, isn't it?
Yeah, we do, because we use the wire to create the earring hook itself. And actually thicker wire to create slightly different variations on the design.
Yeah.
You can use sterling silver if you want to as well. And it's actually, you could, I mean, it's demoing earrings, but it could become elements that become a multiple big statement necklace as well, by connecting them together. So, yeah.
£4.95 on that one for you today. So if you do fancy grabbing it, now is your chance to do so. And oh no, I've just unplugged my talk back. Say that again, B Diddy Poppet. We did the 0.5 is what Hayley used for the DVD. So we'll bring you this one, shall we? No, the only sheet we've done so far is the 0.8 silver plated. Becky's going, haven't we done that already? We didn't, did we, Hayley?
You know the truth. I actually can't remember. Well, I think we did do a sheet, but I can't remember what thickness we've done.
It was the silver plated one that we were talking about before.
One as well.
And then did we do the 0.5 or the 0.8?
0.8 perhaps.
Well, have a look back on JewelleryMaker.com. No, this is just pure copper.
Everybody wins.
Yeah, we'll bring it back in just in case. This one's your 0.5 today, and you can see this is what we used for the likes of these designs and earrings. It was only £8.95, so absolute bargain. Grab that one whilst you can. Just as a little reminder as well, we've done loads of little additional treats today. We've done so many treats, haven't we?
Yeah.
We've done loads of goodies and treats for you today. And loads of bits. Oh, sorry, that one.
Yeah.
Loads of bits and loads of useful little additions. We've done all of these individual polishers. We've also done this revolving magnetic stand for you. We have done needle files, findings packs, we have done soldering, we've done drilling demos, we've done the Dremel, everything and anything
soldering
we have got
blocks,
through today. Yeah.
Sandbags, flux.
Yeah. Everything.
Everything.
And yet there's still more to come.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there is. On your screen right now is the magnetic burr holder for you. We did this one for you earlier on, and we basically are slightly obsessed with it. I think it's just so cool. That is still available if you want it. I'm going to recap whilst you're here, if I may, Hayley, my love, the soldering pack as well. For anyone who has just tuned in and seen that demo and gone, I must know more, tell us what you love about this pack, please.
Well, it's pretty comprehensive. So what you get in here is everything you need to solder with, and you can add to it or you can not use everything at once, or all of that thing. So what you have is your solder block, essential, unless you want to burn your table, and so that's what you solder upon. You've got your key elements like your flux to clean the metal once it's been soldered. You've got pickle. You've got flux to tell the solder where to go and to protect the surface. You've got the torch, which is, I mean, we've just seen the torch go for 30-something pounds. So you've also got the solder in a syringe form, which is, you have two different nozzles, and that's got a solder paste. Really, really, some people absolutely swear by this type of solder in this form. So, and actually buying that on its own is pretty pricey as well. Plus, you've got different types of tweezers. You've got your reverse action tweezer, which is a vise. You've got your fine nose tweezers, which is useful for placing solder and moving your projects around. And you've got your big copper tongs, which I love these. That's good for putting your pieces in and out of the pickle with, because you can't put any steel tools into the pickle. And last but not least, you get your tripod stand, which is really useful for more elaborate soldering projects, to lift things up so that you can get the flame all around the whole thing, and allow more oxygen into the whole system when you're soldering.
You obviously get all three legs on that, and then you get them out. So just imagine there's three legs on this. I've not got time. And then you get the mesh as well.
Yeah.
So that means that you can get that all over.
Yeah, solder feeling.
Yeah. Oh, that all over solder feel. And the flux as well. So the wonderful thing as well about that as a stand is that is the type of stand that you can use with your silver clay.
Yeah.
Because with silver clay, sometimes you have to get all the way around it if your piece is too thick.
There you go. You could also get good texture with that, with your silver clay.
Multi-use.
Yeah.
Should have been £140, but today for it was just $99.95. Why? Because it's Tools of the Trade weekend, so we wanted to give you the opportunity. Next up, let me have a recap of something else new I brought to you today. Bringing to you now the Dremel glue gun, and this is the one that we launched by itself earlier on. It does come with 3 of your size 7mm glue sticks, and this is a great bit of kit because of the high temperature it gets to, around about 165 degrees, so there's not loads of tails etc. on it. It's a brilliant bit of kit. Comes with everything you need to get you on your way and going, and yeah, we did it for just $14.95 as a launch today. Hayley, we have put you through your paces today.
I've talked more than I most do normally, don't I?
Yeah.
I've thoroughly enjoyed every moment of it. I mean, you've been amazing, the team's been amazing, and the equipment's been amazing, and the products. So yeah.
Thank you so much for teaching us as much as you have. Let's just remember, and I do always say this to Hales because she's brilliant with the social media, do absolutely go and have a little nosy on, if you type into your search engine or to your search engine to find your website, or also if you go onto likes of Facebook and you're on Insta as well, Hayley Kruger, you'll be able to find her, and she posts up loads of information and stuff, and all of your makes are always just like,
thank you.
So do have a little peep. When are you on with us next?
I should have checked that date. I think it's in a couple of weeks.
Cool.
Forgotten what date it is.
When you remember, will you put it on your
I will do, yeah. I'll
Facebook page?
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Now, I've got oodles more to come. If you think, Beck, Solder and Dremel, I've got them all. I want something different. After the break, I have got for you something for you beaders, something for you new jewellery makers, well, something for everyone. So don't go anywhere, we'll be back after this.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker Studio, Ivy House, Henley Road, Studley, B80 7DU, and make sure you don't forget your customer number. Get making and good luck. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you've found a workshop you would like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button, fill in the required fields, and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Our brand new Get Started with Jewellery Maker page has been created to provide help and guidance for jewellery making newbies. If you need design suggestions, hints and tips, or help with perfecting your jewellery designs, we're here to help. Head over to facebook.com/getstartedwithjm, where our talented in-house designers are happy to answer your jewellery making questions, offer inspiration, and get you started in your jewellery making journey. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
You can watch our Jewellery Maker show every day on our website by clicking the Watch and Buy Online link in the top right-hand corner of our homepage. Here at Jewellery Maker, we're always making improvements to give you a better shopping experience. We've recently upgraded our website to make it more user-friendly and easier to navigate around. We now have the guest checkout function, which allows customers to check out quickly without creating an account. Our homepage now informs you with what's currently live on the show, recently aired items, and today's deal of the day. We've improved our website navigation and added new categories to help customers quickly find the products they want. Our online range is growing fast with over 7,000 products available for you to purchase. And don't miss out on hundreds of brand new clearance lines with more added every week. Happy shopping with Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. It's easy to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 65,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs, and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. I've still got these on. We've done so many demos today, they've become part of my body. It's lovely to be with you today. If you have just tuned in, I'm not going to lie to you. You're right, Adam, back your knees. We have brought you so many demos today. Hayley Kruger, you must be shattered.
I am actually a bit tired.
Yeah, I bet. You enjoy tea with your folks, please. We have got so many goodies still to bring you, and as I said, we have done so much already for you today. I've brought you brand new items of epic proportions, loads of them, and most of the new ones have sold out. We have still got more treats and goodies to come though, so if you missed out on the Dremel demos and the Dremel stand and the drilling demos and the soldering demos and the doming demos and the silver demos and all the rest of the other goodies that we had, because maybe they weren't quite your penchant, maybe you're a seed beader, may I introduce the Preziosa Beading Loom Collection. This is a very handy bit of kit indeed. So when we talk about Preziosa, let me remind you what we're talking about. We are talking about a very well-known bead. We are talking about a very well-known bit of kit that very well-known bit of kit, which is essentially known for its nice strength of colour, its nice evenness in colour as well. And we're also talking about something which we talk about a lot when we're referring to seed beads, don't we? But also, did you know you can use them with a loom? And that is exactly what I am sort of very, very briefly and simplistically, as you've seen, setting up here for you. A loom, if you do not know, is something which comes, as you can see, as a little tabletop surface. And can you see all of these little nooks and grooves in here? What you do is, using the almost monofilament provided in here, which you can top up, it is a clear design, so it doesn't show up too much in your bracelet, but it's here if you can see it. What you will do is you will line that up within those grooves and go back and forward, back and forward, back and forward, so that you can create a thickness, for example, for a bracelet that you might want to create. At that point, that is where you will use the specifically designed needle that is extra long and extra flex, as you can see, and that is what you will use to essentially create the weave to the weft, if that makes sense. If you've never seen beaded jewellery, I mean, I'm sure you will have done, but let me just give you an example here. Oh, hello friend. Oh, hello friend. Here we go. For example, look, you can make designs like this, and you can create patterns with beads. And designs like this, for example. These are just examples of general sort of loomed jewellery, if you will. But it's really, really brilliant, this bit of kit, to be able to create those kind of designs and looks. Bringing it with the Preziosa today, you're getting that wonderful luxury of colour. If you do, we have done demos on how to use looms like this before. They are brilliant, brilliant bits of kit to have, because if you are not really into seed beading in the traditional sense, but you love that real on-trend beaded look, it's always on trend, especially around sort of spring, summer, Glastonbury, festival type things, then this is a great one to get. You're getting some serious bags of Preziosa. These are your colours. Purest of white you're going to be getting. You're also going to be getting the wonderful blue, which I love that blue. You've got that sunshine yellow as well. You've got that brightest of reds, and you've got your green. So you've got a selection of your primary colours here and your white. You've got everything you need here to set it up. It does come with an instruction manual as well, so that you can see how you can use this. But as I say, we have done many sort of tutorials on how to work with these in the past. All of this is £27.95, which comes with the monofilament as well. You get that on the skein. You get your stoppers here to help you sort of finish off and secure the designs and lock everything in place. You get the bar as well, that helps you keep it nice and even. You're getting all of the seed beads too, of which I don't know what the gram weight on these is. Does it say on the deeds? It doesn't say on the deeds, but I tell you what, I could always weigh it for you if you fancy. Obviously, you have to take into account that this is in a very, very small little plastic bag, but as an idea. Whoa! Potato! Can you see that under the... Whoa, potato. Can you see that? Just so I can prove that I'm not... Fleur did that, Yeah, she's naughty, isn't she? A while ago. Dumping her right in. Obviously, it's in a plastic bag, but... Whoa! About 50 grams of beads there, do you reckon? That's just in one bag. That is in grams as well, isn't it? Yeah, it is, yeah. So, yeah. So you're getting, let's say they're about 50 each. I have got 250, about 250 grams. That's really good. Well done. And now I've got to show you these toggle clasps. Oh my goodness, these are so beautiful. We were talking earlier on in one of the breaks actually about sort of, you know, solder jewellery and things like that, and we were talking about gents jewellery and how cufflinks are something which they were a bit of a dying breed for a while, because obviously the button cuffs came very much into style, but actually now how the likes of Topman and Burton's and, you know, high street stores directed towards gents are actually bringing in more cufflinks and more of those cuffs that are the open cuffs, because that's kind of coming back into fashion now. Anyway, we were chatting about that before, and I was looking over at these and I was like, imagine doing a set of cufflinks with the T-bar and actually maybe using something like this for maybe a charm clasp, a charm toggle, or maybe a pendant even, because today I'm not just bringing to you solid sterling silver. Look at that inserted within there. Yeah, that is Swarovski. 925 solid sterling silver with an emerald colour Swarovski inserted within there. Clasps are an essential, aren't they? And sometimes there's something that's maybe not that connective, let's say, about essentials, is there? Sometimes they can be quite overlooked. You know, when we bring to you toggle clasps, we know that we're bringing something that is a must-have. When we go the extra step, though, to add an adornment, what do you think that brings to the clasp? Because for me, it brings the amount of beauty that I know full well. If I'm, you know, up, out and about, you know, if I'm, you know, so this time last week in a day, me and the Beehive were out roller skating. We went out roller skating in Derby. And some people were very, very good. I wasn't one of them. You know, if I were wearing a piece of jewellery, you know, like a necklace, I know full well, out skating, out dancing with your friends, you know, even sometimes, let's face it, just sat down at your desk. If that clasp comes round to the front, it can be a little bit, you can make you feel a bit self-conscious, you have to flip it back round. Something like this, I think that could be the focal. What do you think? Yeah? Because it's so beautiful, this design, isn't it? What we're bringing to you today is 925 solid sterling silver Swarovski with the emerald insert within there, the emerald coloured Swarovski. Today, for the piece, it's just £6.95. So it's an absolutely beautiful piece, but also with that benefit of, it could be a toggle clasp if you wanted it to, but it can actually be a feature piece within itself. Bruce is asking who was good in skating there. Well, I described this, but I don't think it was with this team. I think it was with my Late Show team the other week. I described as when me and the lovely Beehive went out. By the way, if you don't know who the Beehive are, it's my wonderful mid-show team. Yeah, I said that B Diddy's Queen Bee, Becky, she was very, very good in the sense of she looks like she could have worked for some sort of skating vintage diner, do you know what I mean, like a sort of 1950s Americana, really cute, really glam, skating around looking so elegant and beautiful. I've also got my my wonderful director Kerry, who looked like she could have been in some sort of you know, Pussycat Doll advert or like video, because she was just stood there just gliding, just looking like there was zero effort put in. She looked very graceful too. Bruce, who's my director of the worker bee, he looked like he could at any moment sort of pop a trick, do you know what I mean, like he was on some sort of like on some sort of, I don't know, roller skating video game, and I looked like Bambi on ice. in skates. Yeah, I was not as graceful as any of you, but still, nonetheless, we had a grand old time. It was a grand old time. £6.95. Well done, every single one of you on that. I have got a few other colours of these ones beside me too. Let me show you these. They're coming up in a bit. I do have a ruby one. These coming up in a bit. I have just remembered when you get your roller skate. Bruce's roller skates. Bruce's roller skate had a mind of its own. He popped them off in the cafe, and this little kid, bless him, just came up and was like, "Is this your roller skate?" It had just gone somewhere. You know, I gave a stranger a hug by accident. Yeah, that was weird, wasn't it? Because I roller skated into him. Just tugged him around the waist, bless him. He looked petrified. Let me bring to you the ruby colour of your Swarovski now. What do you think of this? How open is that red? If this were a ruby, a genuine ruby, what would you guess its location? You'd be saying Mozambique. Yeah, it could. I think I might say Magok as well, maybe. Just because of that brightness on the inside, like a Magok ruby. Beautiful, isn't it? Bringing to you solid sterling silver today with that Swarovski right there. £6.95 only today. I'm going to bring to you my amber earrings now that I have to say I am obsessed with. I have got these in the silver. I had no idea that we did them in gold. These are everything and more that you could hope to get your hands on, and all you need is a little bit of glue to go with them. So let me just show you this. Brilliant quality Baltic gold that has the most revered, shining, sunlight day glow colours happening internally, with that really almost manuka honey colours coming through. You may or may not be able to see that these are half drilled. It's actually quite hard to tell with this because of that richness of colour, but as you see here, you've got your little bed, you've got your little post here, double glue on there and pop it through the half drilled section and leave it and leave it and leave it to dry. That will then dry in place. You've got your really secure safety earring back that will go on there, and that is your pair of earrings made. Now, this is going to be genuine gold that is going through your earring. In Gdansk, where I was last May with lovely Alan, who you've seen today actually. We gave him a little heads up earlier on, didn't we? We gave you a show of him on Air before. And two other people who used to work with us as part of the buying team. We went to Gdansk with them, and when we were walking through Gdansk, which is where we will collect and get our beautiful Baltic gold from, pieces of silver-based jewellery, minimal small pieces, you're looking at £30 as a start price. As soon as you're adding gold into that equation, because when you're looking at this, can you see how beautifully that sort of buttery old gold bounces through and around, and it kind of spins in beautifully, doesn't it, with the earrings? Do forgive me, I'm not picking these up because obviously I haven't used glue on these, so it will just roll away, as I've just proved. But yeah, you can see, can't you, how beautifully that colour just really picks up that gold. It just looks so luxurious. But yeah, we weren't talking £30 anymore. We were going up and elevating that, because this is a high value item anyway, with it being the most ancient of amber organics out there, one of the most famous as well when we're talking about this location, but also with that gold over the top of precious sterling silver. It's a luxury item with a luxury metal with a luxury plating, and therefore a luxury price point should be obtained. It genuinely, honestly and completely, if you head down to Gdansk and you try to get your hands on small little beautiful elements like this, it would be impossible to get that price point. There would be no way whatsoever, unless you knew the right places, the right people, you had the right connections, and you were bulk buying massively. This is just proof that we give you treats, we pass them on to you, we give you these goodies, and you really do get to enjoy the benefits of that, and hopefully that's one of the reasons that you purchase from us here at Jewellery Maker. If you have just tuned in, bonsoir! Oh no, not yet, it's still a bit early for that, isn't it? But evening, afternoon, it's lovely to be with you. My name's Becky, thanks so much for joining us today. I just want to give you a heads up about tomorrow, if I may. Tomorrow on the Mid Show, it's Katie Parker that we've got as our guest designer. We've got more tools of the trade on their way. But also I want to let you know something. We have managed to secure an amber hour. Now this amber hour, I don't want to give too much away. What am I allowed to say about it? So 3 I'm allowed to say. There's going to be a lot of brand new prices that aren't higher. And there will be elements that you may well not have seen for a fair old time, and some you might not have actually seen before. In that hour, I have 49 items to get through. That is all I want to say right now, because I don't want to give too much away about what to expect and what not to expect, but it is going to be a big one. Whilst you're there, do you mind if I tell you something else? Who has stolen the... Thank you. Because they were sat next to me. Strawberries. What do you think of these? They are genuine gemstone Buddhas. I want to know what your favourite colour is. We're doing a little vote on Rebecca Redican Presenter Instagram, because we're looking at, let's just say doing something a bit sneaky if we can. This is your bronze selection of Buddha heads. I'll just show you, big drill hole on them. These are your bronze, all individually hand carved. I have also got your gunmetal, which I think, I'll show you more separately, because I think when you show them together it can get a bit sort of distracting, can't it? But again, just looking at the beauty of them, they're lovely, aren't they? Imagine that, just covering a knot and stretchy bracelet. Or, lastly, look at them. These are the High Shine Chromes. So we're asking you to do a vote if you are on Instagram, Rebecca Redican Presenter. Go on my stories, we want a vote. I want to see which one's your favourite colour. You can text us in if you want to, 60777. But they are going to be coming up for you at 2 p.m. tomorrow. No. Okay, if I say they're going to be under... Well, let's each under... No, I don't even want to, because I feel like we're... Yeah, no. You're going to be able to get all 3 for under 80 quid, guaranteed. Yeah, but I don't want to say too much more than that, really. Just because we're hoping that we can get it under 50, but we are not able to guarantee that as it stands. Got to do a bit of button pressing, negotiating, management contacting, turn it off and on again. You know, all the technical jargon, emails, clicking, double clicking, you know, all of that. So yeah, they are on their way tomorrow. Aren't they just exquisite? Do you love them as much as we do? I absolutely adore them. I really, really can't get enough of them, really. Oh, just look. I would love that. Ladies and gents. Anyway, let me show you some other treats. Speaking of colours, let me bring you 3 colours of bolt ring clasps now. Or we could do them in a bit. Ignore it! It's the wrong graphics. It's coming up. So, got for you now your bolt ring clasp. These 2 o'clock tomorrow. Make a note of it in your alarm clock. Let me bring to you bolt ring clasps now. Bolt ring clasps. These ones are brilliant because you're obviously getting the 3 different colours, but also these ones are wonderful because you are getting the soldered finish on these ones too. Very useful indeed. So some silver. You're going to be absolutely getting yourself a mammoth amount of these. Load of your silver. You're getting 60 in total. Now, I just want to do a bit of counting. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, 10 of the rose gold, 10 of the gold, 40 approximately of the silver by the looks of things. 60 in total, either way, you are going to be getting more of the silver. We are bringing to you the versatility of a bolt ring clasp. Even if you've never made jewellery before, you'll probably recognise these, won't you? Where's that beginner's jewellery book that I was showing a second ago? Because it had a really brilliant explanation about these in it. You know that? Yeah, that fashion jewellery book. It was literally just there. Oh. Anyway, there was a bit in there that I showed you before that was about bolt ring clasps actually. It's very, very simple to explain them. Essentially, you've got your little lever action just here, which you rock back and let go, and it closes up as you've just seen. Also, the fact that you have got with these ones something which can be used not just as a clasp to finish off your designs, but also, what do you think about removable charms? Was anyone else having a right good nosy at Hayley's lobes? If you having a little look at her earrings, you will have noticed that she had in a hoop earring with a pearl hanging from it. I do understand that you aren't as close to her as I was, but the way that pearl was attached was actually with a bolt ring clasp. So I presume that's so she can change interchangeable earrings. That's so bang on trend, isn't it? Bringing to you today 60 of these ones in total. Bringing them to you at just $20.95 today. And that is all your solid sterling silver. This was the bolt ring clasp as well that we were talking about. I'm going to bring this book to you now, if I may. And this is a book. Now, I probably won't be able to pronounce the name on this, but as I think it, Legenholsen, I think it is, who writes this book. But you know me, sometimes I pronounce Sean wrong. But yeah, this book is absolutely brilliant. I know that I've had some new buyers in today, and thanks for joining us for the first time. If you're hoping to expand your knowledge and interest in 2020, what a great way to do it. This is a brilliant book for getting started, and what I personally loved about this book is the fact that it is very much about, how do I put it? It's very much about techniques as well as about projects. So techniques are described really nicely in here, and it's even techniques about like how to sketch out designs, how to look at architecture and things like that, and the human form, and how to take that on into your designs. And it also goes on to explore the 17 projects, or is it 16 projects? 16 projects maybe. Oh, it says right on the back here, 16 projects by itself. So, let me just tell you the types of things that you will learn in here. Pearl knotting, bead stringing, wire wrapping, and so much more. But let me show you the breakdown. Here you go. So here's your contents page to give you an idea. And this is one of those books that does show you really nice, fashionable pieces of jewellery that you can create, make, wear and share. So there's loads of very, very useful pieces in here. You can see she's really, really on about her sketching, and that is something that is sort of briefly discussed in the book. But there's loads of not just techniques but also the projects themselves that you can get involved with, get your hands on and learn yourself. So there's absolutely loads to go on at in here. Bringing to you today the fashion jewellery collection, and it is just £12.95. It shows you so much in here. It really is a brilliant, useful tool, and it does teach you how to work with some gemstones, for example, you know, like these ones are your druzies. Shows you how to work with them. But also it does go on to like your pearl knotting and things like that. It's a really useful bit of kit, and as I say, it is quite handy. There you are. Yeah. £12.95 for you today for this wonderful book that is all about your fashion jewellery, and it's a wonderful design too, because some of these are with genuine gemstones, some of them are just about working with wire, for example. But yeah, it really does go into lovely detail about these on-trend designs. Grab it now if you fancy grabbing it. It's even got really handy things like your charts at the back and stuff, different bead shapes. It's got like a bead chart guide, so you can hold your beads on top and see where it levels up, and yeah, it's just very, very useful basically. It's even got like a find your gemstone in there as well. Well done. You did say it. Oh, don't mind if I do. My birthstone. It's my birthstone. It's my birthday very soon, at the end of this month. And if it is your birthday this month too, you may or may not know that this is your birthstone. It is amethyst. We have got for you a beautiful amethyst stone. And the interesting thing is, you know, if you've been with us a while, I'm sure you'll know your birthstone, all of your friends and family's birthstone. But did you know that not everybody does? And I always think it's really nice with something like this, especially when you've got such an eye-catching archetypal strand as this is. It's got that real archetypal, natural Namibian amethyst colour, isn't it? And that deep, intense purple. If you're making and selling, lovely to let people know that this is a birthstone, whether you do that face-to-face or whether that's just with a small piece of paper. Because a recent study that was a survey, should I say, or it was done, asked people, what's your birthstone? And then only a handful of people selected no. It was a really small percentage of people that knew. And actually there was something huge, well, I think it's huge anyway, something huge, like 22% of people were like, I do not know what a birthstone is, let alone, you know, what their own was. So it's lovely to pass on that education, because let's face it, this is a genuine gemstone. And I think sometimes when you go and buy, I was in, obviously at the start of the year it always happens, doesn't it, but in a well-known retailing shop not so long ago that isn't known for, it's known for selling clothes, but it does have a little stand for jewellery. It had a birthstone collection, and it had obviously January garnet, February amethyst, all the way through. And the pieces of jewellery that they had representing each of those were not genuine gemstones, they were glass in the colour of the stone. This is the genuine colour. You're given the gift of that connective stone. And today, for this really archetypal representative colour, so even if people don't know that amethyst is their birthstone, I'm sure they'll know amethyst, and I'm sure this is the colour they'll expect. This is a great way to add it to your collection. You know me. That price has been on for a while. I've not mentioned it. It's going away. So let's bring you a treat and a half. Great deal, this. £12.95 pennies back in your pocket. How about I put this with my gunmetal? Oh yes, please. They're coming up tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Or would you go more chrome? Because that kind of matches in with the colour of the spacers, doesn't it? A little bit. Got more to bring to you? Oh. I'm bringing this one to you now. And just look at the beauty of this stone. What do you think? When you're looking at the quality of this inner strand, it is beautiful quality and luxury of look. How do we do it on the mid-show? Wow, no one is speaking to me now. Do you throw to the sting first, do you, on the mid? Steve Super Saver! February, and that means we are bringing to you a Fab Feb deal. Get ready, get raring. You are getting your hands on a serious super saver now. 100, sorry, tell a lie. I don't have 100 of these. Originally, didn't even have 100 of these. It is low chance for you in these ones. I am bringing to you your out of this world Moldavite. This is something which has really worked hard to be able to bring to you, because it is, as we've said, something out of this world. It, many years ago, arrived for all intents and purposes on an asteroid that was travelling at around about 13 miles per second. 13 miles per minute. And what happened when it reached our planet with this huge force is we got a one-off stone that was never to be repeated. This is a scarcity within our planet due to that fact. This isn't something which forms within our crust of the earth. This is something completely unique and different. And due to that, it has a scarcity level and a value connotated to it. And I think you can see why on a strand like this, because when you're looking at it, it's so hard for you to see because there's literally no gap on this strand at all. But what I'm seeing as I am moving that is you get this undulation of that out of this world green that is just captivating. I now have 12. This is a super saver. Whoa! $38.95. Plot spoiler alert. Sorry, I just didn't expect you. That's incredible. $38.95 for you today. That is amazing. That is incredible. We have got for you today a real steal of a deal. Wow. Literally, make yourself, 5 or 6 of those together in the center of a slider bracelet. You're going to be able to do that easily 10 times over. And you have, whoa, these are close to a sellout. Well done to Suzanne. Well done to Somerset. Catherine. Well done, Bev. Margaret. Sue. Well done, Pauline. I've got a collector in from Somerset as well. Well done, you. You lot have got it, which is why I only had 12 left, but that has gone down dramatically now. 6 left. If everyone were to check out, Kelly, you've got it in basket. Pauline, you've got it in basket. Collector in Cumbria, you've got it in basket. Tracy's got it in basket. Collector in Derbyshire, you've got it in basket. And Janetta, you've got it in basket as well. And there's 2 people on the phone line, so it is fastest finger first right now. That is a brilliant opportunity to work this however you wish, but please do be quick. There is literally 6 of these left. Remember, if you want to grab them, you have the opportunity to do so now. I have got one more Moldavite strand that I'll show you next to it. No, me neither. It is that one, yeah. This is a shorter strand by the looks of it to me. Shorter strand. So this is the one I'm bringing now. This is the one I've just brought you. See? There we go. So this is the slightly shorter one I'm bringing to you now. Don't have a huge amount of Moldavite available at this moment in time, so if you do like it when you see it, do feel free to grab it. Bringing to you today another super saver. $31.95 today, and that is on your out of this world Moldavite. What a treateroony. How's your Saturday going so far? You having a nice one? I hope you are. It's been hectic here, hasn't it? We've shown a lot, we've made a lot, we've crafted a lot, we've put Hayley just has worked so hard today. She's done just a lot. She's been brilliant. Adam, how's your day, love?
Grand.
Grand? Grand. £31.95 for you today on this one. What are you having for tea? What are you going to have? What, you in the mood for a bit of an orange gin, are you? I wouldn't say no to a little rosé. Yeah, I wouldn't. Well done everyone, £31.95. I hope you've got a lovely, lovely weekend planned. And as I mentioned before, tomorrow I have not only got the amber deal, but I have got those butters I've just shown you. And we've got the lovely Katie Parker on with us. Let's move on, because I've got loads more. Yes, diamonds! Oh, girl's best friend. The nugget form. So these are naturally faceted. Naturally faceted silver diamonds. Just look at that. When you're getting them not only naturally faceted but also natural in colour, you're getting something that doesn't often come to market. It's believed that out of diamond jewellery, to get a carat of a natural coloured stone, you need to sift through that around about 10,000 carats worth of that will not have a nice natural colour to it and therefore need a treatment. The fact that this is totally natural in all forms, the only thing we've done basically is put a little drill hole through there, means that you've got something that really is bang on trend right now. That raw material, raw stone look is huge for 2020. And it's something which I think is going to just go on and on and on and on. 8 carats worth today of diamonds. I remember launching diamond nuggets for you, I want to say about 5 years ago now, and we would bring them to air at $39.95 depending on the length of the strand, and they would. But that's the thing, we have set expectations on quality and price. And that is what we have just proved. $19.95 for you today. That is an opportunity and a half, but it's not where we're staying. We want to give you a treat. There's got to be a diamond in your life that you think deserves something like this. $14.95 for you today. Yeah, you are absolutely B Diddy. You are our diamond in the rough of the team, for sure, for sure. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely true though. How lovely would something like this be to gift to somebody? Let's say you were going to make a little half eternity. Yeah, how many times do you reckon I could do that in a strand? Let's go there. That'd be one. That's one, isn't it? Yeah? Approximately. 1 ring, 2 ring, 3 ring, 4, 5 rings, and another 6 rings quite easily. That'd be brilliant, wouldn't it? I love that as an idea. And they could be for ladies and gents. Don't get me wrong, not every gent maybe would like to wear these in like a half eternity ring, but you could do like a little cluster of them together, maybe on like a leather cord, or even a little cluster of them, almost bead style, as cufflinks. Diamond cufflinks. Come on. Oh, way up. Have I not asked you yet? We've been so busy today, I haven't even been able to be nosy in your lives, and you know that I love doing that. What did you get Valentine's Day? Did you do any gift swapping? Bruce, what about you? No, you didn't do no gift swapping with your wife? Do you not? Do you and Ruth not do out for it? No? Adam, what about yourself?
No, nothing.
No, nothing either? Dan, what about you, Dan? No, nothing? Nothing at all? I love the bronze butter, says Yvonne. Are those the ones for you, the bronze? Sue said bronze too. Really, after a jade butter strand. Sue, we'll pass that on. You know, we've got a buy-in trip happening in April. Yeah, Simon's going and senior producer Wayne. They're going to India. Look at them. These are one. I've got your gunmetal colour too. Have a look. And you've also got the high sheen chrome, which is B. Diddy's favourite one by miles, isn't it? You love this one. They're great, aren't they? Oh, they're coming up tomorrow for you. Well done on your diamonds. £14.95 for you today on that one. So if you do fancy grabbing it, you absolutely can. 8 full carats worth at £14.95. They're beautiful, aren't they? Well done. Okay, I'm moving to. Yes, please. Oh, hey up. These are the ones that the lovely Hayley Kruger used before. So these ones are absolutely wonderful to be able to get your hands on, because you're going to be able to use them with your metal sheet as we showed you before. You will have also noticed that we used these when we were in the soldering as well. And you know when lovely Hayley showed us how to solder the jump rings and solder the cup onto the actual ring to make a ring? That is what she kept picking up, isn't it? She kept picking these up, she kept using these individually. And she used these in some details where she didn't use the chain nose, and that possibly could have been because these ones don't taper to as much as a point. Flat nose pliers I'm offering to you today. If you do want chain nose pliers by themselves, I brought them before. Round nose pliers, I brought them before. If you want all of the tools, cutters, the bead ream and stuff like that, I did a toolkit earlier on. Just have a look on JewelleryMaker.com. This is a really, really wonderful way to get everything you need. Today, bringing to you your flat nose pliers for just £8.95. These are definitely discussed in this book that I brought to you earlier on. So yeah, not necessarily with this design, but just to give you an idea, this was the fashion jewellery book that we brought to you earlier on. So if you do want to get your hands on it, all of these tools are kind of in there and explained really nicely. Well done, £8.95. I'm moving on to yellow diamonds. Don't mind if I do. What is it about the colour yellow that you appreciate? Sunshine and happiness. Absolutely love that. Yeah. For me, it's a really optimistic colour. And actually, if you think of emojis, you know, emojis, obviously they're all different colours, shapes and sizes, but originally when they came out, it was basically just the sort of happy face, you know, big yellow face with like the happy grin. And then there was some where it kind of was, you know, the shocked face. But the reason they went for the yellow colour is because they believed that it was a universally happy colour. The fact of the matter is, when you're looking at this diamond, you totally understand why. Look at this. Does it make you smile? Oh, it's just sunshine beauty. It is high shine polish that brings to us that extra layer of shine that is just a true sunshine quality. That hot heat coming from the body colour and that dancing sunlight on water effect because of the brilliance and beauty and lustre that diamond is offering us here. That is just smile inducing, right? Hold your horses. Can I just ask you, genuinely, right, nip down your local high street right now, go and ask them, can I get a carat's worth of diamond in a ring? Can I join the 1 carat club for 100 quid? It's not gonna happen. It's really, truly not. Especially, I would imagine for such a beautiful, vivid, bright colour. This is a 2 full carat strands that we've got here for £99.95. In all honesty, and this is completely right. Do you mind getting your abacus out, B? Give me a second. I'm going to do some counting. What do you mean it's sold out? Oh, sold out. But well done to everyone who got it. That is an incredible opportunity. Well done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There was like however many. That is absolutely loads. £100. Well done. I'm attached. Tell me what box they're talking about. Adam, my talk bag's being silly. Thank you. Let me bring it to you. Oh, I've not seen us do this stone from this location in ages. Well, I'm guessing the location, which is quite easy to do, I think, with emerald, because when you think of certain locations, we are bringing to you a real unique sort of nuance of colour. When I think of Brazil, for example, although this is not always the case, natural Brazilian emerald, I'm often going more for that bottle green. I'm thinking of that intensity. When I'm looking at this colour though, I'm getting much more of those blues that kind of shine through. And when you're thinking about those kind of colours, we're often thinking of premium locations such as Colombia. When we are bringing it to you in this quality and this beauty of Colombian emerald, we are bringing you something which has a revered status to it. When you're looking at this, what is shining through for you most? Because for me, if I just get rid of that, I'll show you against the white. Can you see how the heart of each of these stones has almost a veracity about it that really is pushing home that blue-green nuance that I've talked about? That's incredible, isn't it? We have got for you now full 9 carats worth of your Colombian emerald, and it is such an incredible, unique stone that is truthfully a sort of groundbreaking stone. A lot of collectors in the world actually will aspire to work with something like this. When we talk about emeralds, it's not just the colour that we're talking about, it's also the clarity on it. You can see that this is pretty much Jardin free, can't you? Which is another note towards Colombian, or a glass-filled emerald. This is natural. And it's a bargain. We're bringing to you today 9 carats worth of Colombian emerald. I can't believe we're going any... Wow! Yo! Are you 48? Is your code on this one today? Hurry up, dial through, ask the call centre that. Yo, are you 48? That's your code. You need to seize the moment on this. This is a gold box deal. This is a 9 carat worth of natural Colombian emerald. I have seen Colombian emeralds, fair enough, bigger than this, but nowhere near better in colour, nowhere near better in clarity, at 5-figure sums. Okie pokelee, there is one left now. Sorry, tell a lie. Now there's one left. Well done, you did just check out. That is a stunner of a piece. Let me bring to you a little touch more of your luxury. We were talking earlier on about silver smithing in essence and the silver soldering. How about... These are the most huge diamonds I have seen us do. How about we offer to you the opportunity to use those techniques that Hayley taught you earlier on to create a almost suspended diamond piece of jewellery. Because these are huge. Do you mind if I just pop that on the desk for 2 ticks? Because sometimes it's almost hard to get a size gauge in your mind, isn't it? So let me show you. These are the general size nuggets that we bring to you. I'll just show you them in comparison. There you are. What do you think? That's amazing, isn't it? That's a big, those stones are big. If I put them right next to each other, they're mammoth. I've actually, towards the centre, because this is the middle of this strand, sort of the biggest area, I'm actually getting like 2 or 3 of these little chips and nuggets to one of these. And let's remember, when we're talking about diamonds, I know we always say it, but carat weight is king, and it's absolutely true. If you wanted to nip down your local high street and you wanted to get a diamond ring that had in total a carat's worth of diamonds within it, but that total carat's worth were made up of, let's say, 10 diamonds, and you took the carat weight of each one and you added it up and then it became, you know, a carat, then you could be looking at something, let's say 150, 250 quid. But if you wanted to buy something as one big carat, just one by itself, we're not talking 150, 200 pounds anymore. We're now talking more like 1,200, or actually I'm telling a lie there, what am I on about? Not even that, way above that, 2.5 grand easily upwards. It's carat weight is king, and the fact of the matter is these are crown worthy sizes for $49.95. This is luxury item, beautifully naturally faceted by Mother Nature at an incredibly affordable $49.95. Let me just put it to you this way. I don't know what type of car you drive, but could you fill up your tank for that cost? Because I couldn't. Mine would cost more than that to fill up. I've got a diesel car. Mine would cost more than that to fill up. And that might get me like to work and back home, like, you know, one journey, maybe 1.5 times, that's it. Isn't that it? But these are diamonds, and these are going to last and last and last and last and last. And as you can see, not only are they huge, you're getting plenty of them. And I'll just I'm going to bring you some more diamonds now, if I might, actually. Let's move on to... Where are they from? Yes, I found them. Oh la la! 1, 2, 3. 3 colours. Black, silver and green. I like this collection because I love that we really do not bring you the green colour very often at all. Let's just do something a little bit beehive bonkers, because this is why you tune in, isn't it? This is why you tune in to our live shows, because you like the on-air deals and you like to get a real good feel for the stones themselves, right? That price on screen is brilliant. That's what it has been. Let me just count up-ish the diamonds, and I know this is an absolute slow burner, but it will be worth it. So you can tell exactly what you're getting. Approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that for me is approximately a finger's width. So on each strand-ish, you will get about 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. 50, 100, 150 as an approximate. So how much is that now per diamond? I mean, this is bonkers. I'm not even kidding you. I'm not kidding you. I kid you not. That is $29.95 for you today. We have got $29.95 for approximately 150 diamonds. 150 diamonds. That's about 20 pence each. I genuinely could not buy a second-class stamp for 20p, but this is a diamond. I could not buy a chocolate bar. I don't know why I said it like that. I didn't. A chocolate bar. I did an extra syllable. A chocolate bar. That's going to sell out. That is going to sell out. Well done, you bargain hunters. That's brilliant. Gosh, that's just so good. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness, look at this luxury collection. So, oh my goodness, that is just divine. So it's my birthday at the end of this month, and I'm going to go to London for a couple of days for it. And I'm someone who, as a February baby, I get to see a lot of amethyst, and I've been really lucky that I've known about amethyst since I was quite young. The interesting thing is, and I don't want this to seem like a negative on amethyst, because it's really not, it's more to do with me, I suppose, but because I see so much amethyst, and because I've been bought quite a bit of it, because I'm very, very lucky, I've been bought quite a bit of it from a young age, I almost know what to expect from amethyst, and I like the fact that I've got different ranges of amethyst, and I do own a lot of amethyst because I love it. It speaks to me. The fact of the matter is, although I own a lot of amethyst, and I really do, tiny little ones, one's set into jewellery, one's in hairbands, I've got big elaborate pieces set into very high-end pieces of metal. The only colour that I have very recently run out of is this colour. It is not a hue we get to see often at all. I own a Rose de France piece of jewellery. It is not as intense a colour as this trio. I adore this collection. We are bringing to you today 8mm, 6mm and 4mm in that trio pack. It really is a shop-opportunity and a half. That is about to sell out, I think. Yeah, it is. So good luck, everyone. We have got lots and lots more to come on the Late Show. You've got some stamping coming up for you in a little bit. Is it Deb